of sea and sand. Now break down the acronym like you in class. Oh, they're selling the whole country. Ooh, they're selling aha. And I never been down with no OPP. I talking about selling our people's property. Y'all know who doing it, so don't round me out. Don't send no police round me and tell me shush my mouth. Where's our conviction? But where's our pride? We selling everything, selling our backside. Just go online, it'll make you sick. You can buy any island, just point and click. See, they're selling our country, yes, they're selling our land. They're selling our archipelago of sea and sand. Now break down the acronym like you in class. Oh, they're selling the whole country. Ooh, they're selling aha. Hey, hey. Ride him. My mother always said, when you find a donkey, ride it. Lose donkey. What? Come on. We got a whole nation in 73. Now we getting back the whole country. What kind of fools we must be, selling out for a bag of rice and a cup of tea. You know what does bug me? Help me understand. I can't find piece of property for under 80 grand, but I can fix this. I know what to do. I can squat just like them other people try make me do. See, they're selling our country, yes, they're selling our land. They're selling our archipelago of sea and sand. Now break down the acronym like you in class. Oh, they're selling the whole country. Ooh, they're selling aha. They're selling our country. Ooh, they're selling our land. They're selling our archipelago of sea and sand. Now break down the acronym like you in class. Oh, they're selling the whole country. Ooh, they're selling aha. I get everybody sell some every day. They're selling one island, they will keep. What can be left for you and me? Is this the example? What's our kids to do? You want them have a sense of pride, or go selling too? Cause they're selling our country, yes, they're selling our land. They're selling our archipelago of sea and sand. Now break down the acronym like you in class. Oh, they're selling the whole country. Ooh, they're selling aha. They're selling our country, yes, they're selling our land. They're selling our archipelago of sea and sand. Now break down the acronym like you in class. Oh, they're selling our whole country. Ooh, they're selling aha. They're selling our country, yes man. They're selling our land. They're selling our archipelago of sea and sand. Now break down the acronym like you in class. Oh, they're selling the whole country. Ooh, they're selling aha. They're selling our country, yes, yes. They're selling our land. They're selling our archipelago of sea and sand. Now break down the acronym like you in class. Oh, they're selling the whole country. Ooh, they're selling aha.
Whoa, girls, we out doing
Remember, this is the same packaging that they had on their website. This is their product. And so this is at petbarn.com. And so this aragonite is what they use for fish aquariums around the world. This is a 9-kilogram bag. And so that is about 20 pounds, just under 20 pounds. So this is a 9-kilogram bag of aqua natural oolitic aragonite sand. Look at how much money they're getting for one 20-pound bag. $63 for one 20-pound bag. Let's do the math. And so if it's 9 kilograms, there's 1,000 kilograms in a metric ton. And so if you do the math, 1 metric ton that they paid $2 for is on the market for up to $7,000 they're making off of that $2 metric ton. Surely this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Wow, this is mind-blowing. Of course, in other places, we found, like on Amazon.com, it sells for much cheaper. But this is the high end, and this is the end result. So we found this for much less, sometimes half of what we see here. So if it's half of the 7,000, then maybe it's about 3,000 that they can make from that metric ton. If it's a little less than that, maybe it's 2,000. There is no industry in the world that I can think of where that kind of profit can be made. This makes aragonite more valuable than gold, more valuable than diamonds. There's no other product in the world that you can pay $2 a metric ton for and sell for thousands of dollars. Whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7,000, there is no product where this is doable. And so this is a major industry. And this is why we say our aragonite is worth trillions. Okay, so let me put this in perspective for you. Right now, a barrel of crude oil is selling for about $41.68. Okay, and so there's about 42 gallons in a barrel. So that's roughly about $1.01 per gallon. So let's say $1 per gallon. And so that's the raw material. The street value to the gasoline pump is $2.19 per gallon. So they spend $1 on the crude oil, but the final product is $2.19. That's the street value. With aragonite, their cost of the material is $2 per ton. $2 per metric ton. And the street value is up to $7,000 per metric ton. To be fair, in most cases we found it at cheaper, but that is the ultimate price. In some cases we found it at $35 for the bag, and in some cases we found it at $18 per bag, even cheaper. But in any event, that is thousands of dollars per metric ton. You do the math. But this is not even the big story here. The big story is what is on the packaging. And we've been showing you the packaging all this time. But we really want to show you what's really on this packaging. And so we're going to zoom into this packaging and show you what you have not been seeing on this packaging. It's mind-blowing. Let's do a little close-up. Now, look at this packaging. Isn't that beautiful packaging? Look at the blue and the light blues and the cute little fishy. Look at Nemo. Nemo is playing around with our aragonite. But a closer look will show you what's really going on in the Bahamas. What the government is really hiding and pretending not to know. Wow, look at that. If you read carefully, a closer look will show you the truth. It says genuine marine aragonite from the Bahamas. Wow, they're actually advertising on their packaging, not just on their website, that this is genuine marine aragonite from the Bahamas. This is our aragonite. This is the aragonite that our government doesn't seem to know that it exists. Oh my God, it does exist. But wait, there's more. It says, ethically harvested under lease from the Bahamian government. Wow, they are putting that on the packaging. Can you imagine? Not just is it genuine marine aragonite from the Bahamas, they are also putting right on the front of the packaging that it is ethically harvested under lease from the Bahamian government. Right on the packaging. Wow. And so they are selling our sand and using our country's name to sell our sand. And our government is saying that they're going to have to do research and find out if there's a market out there, if there's any way to make money from this aragonite, because somehow we really don't know that there's a market out there. And we don't know that they're selling our aragonite right now. This is presently on the market, on Amazon, on Chewy.com, on PetBarn.com. This stuff is being sold all over the internet and on the ground right now and in pet stores all over America right now as we speak. Our aragonite. But wait, there's more. Turn over to the back of the product and then you'll actually see. And so on the back it says, Bahamian sand is raw, naturally renewable marine aragonite sand. And it is 98% pure calcium carbonate. In other words, we have the good stuff. And so to be honest, our products are all over the internet, all over. Here we find on Amazon.com. If you look carefully, you will see the same product, the Aqua Natural. You can see that it's selling for about $35. So at this price, that means that they're making $3,895, so $3,900 per metric ton. That's what they're making because it's $35 for a 20-pound bag. And so our products are all over the internet. And it's not just that stuff. There's so many different products. Look, there's sand. They're selling play sand. But look at the name of the play sand. Just look at the name. Baja Play Sand by Sandy Key. We've heard that name in the news recently. But we'll come back to that. Baja Play Sand. They're even using our name. Look at it. Oh, isn't that cute? Baja Play Sand. And it is selling for $21.19 per bag. And so at that price, that's about $2,450 per metric ton that they're making for this metric ton that they paid $2 for. And so again, look what it says on the back. It says it right there. Bahamian aragonite sand possesses numerous advantages, making it a superior play sand. So again, the Bahamas product is being sold as the superior product. It goes on. Bahamian aragonite is an ideal play sand material that is both safe for your child and environmentally friendly. It is pure aragonite sand, ethically and sustainably harvested from the crystal clear oceans of the Bahamas. This is phenomenal, and it is a phenomenal business, and it is definitely and clearly a business that can make lots and lots of money for the Bahamas and for the Bahamian people. And so what we need to know is, so who are the persons making money from the selling of our aragonite? And why is the Minister of Environment pretending not to know that there is already a vibrant industry? Why are they making it seem like they have to go and research to see if there can be a vibrant industry? Why weren't they telling us this? Why weren't they telling us that our sand is being sold all over the world right now and being packaged? Not just used for things like building and concrete and that kind of stuff, but being sold in beautiful little packages right now. And so what we want to do is find out who is behind all of this. Who is behind Calcium? And we see some very interesting players in the game. And we see some other connected companies connected apparently to players in this game. And so our search took us all the way to the good old state of Alabama. And so that's where we found the owners of Calcium, this company that is advertised on the internet, that has a big warehouse down there in Alabama. And we found who is behind this company. We wanted to know who these Alabamians were, who were benefiting from our sand and selling it all over the world and apparently making a lot of money. And so as we search, We came up with their address, we found where they're located, and they're registered as a foreign limited liability company. That's interesting. You can see that they were registered in Delaware, and we can see that this particular company formed in 2014, all right, and it's owned by none other than Anthony Myers. That name looks familiar. He's definitely someone that does business in the Bahamas. We know that name. Anthony Myers. He's been in the Aragonite business for many, many years. In fact, he is also one of the principals at Bahama Hot Mix, a very well-known company connected to Brent Simonet. Wow, and his brother, Craig Simonet. And so these are Bahamians. And so Brent Simonet is in government, so he knows about Aragonite. He knows what's going on. This mining has been going on for a long time. We have seen Brent Simonet has been in the aggregate business for quite some time. We saw what they did to the hills just south of the East Street roundabout. They tore down all of those hills, sold the aggregate, and then they built a shopping center. Anthony Myers is behind this company. Wow. So the truth is, we found many companies that are dealing with Aragonite from the Bahamas. And so it's strange to us to see that the government seems to not know that Aragonite is really already a big business in the Bahamas. It's strange to us to see that they feel that they have to go and investigate this to see if it is a viable business when it is already a business that has been going on for quite some time. Why are they acting like they don't know about this? Like the young people say, they think they slick. This is documentation of another company, and this is CACO3 Aragonite Products Inc. And this is another company that does Aragonite. They're also known as and here you can see their name, CAC Aragonite Products Inc. And they're also known as a different company, but first I'll show you what they do. They said that they registered in
Good afternoon, Bahamas. We're so sorry about the technical issues. We're so glad to have you. We're always glad to have you here. We're broadcasting. We're broadcasting live. All kind of stuff is coming up on the screen. We're broadcasting live from Nassau, Bahamas, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a pleasure to have all of you here. So we're having some technical issues, and some technical attacks against us. It always happens, but don't hurt your head about that kind of stuff. We are live and we're making it happen. So hopefully the sound is there now. Okay, good. Everyone is saying the sound is there. Thank you for joining us. It is a pleasure. My name is Lincoln Bain. I'm leader of the Coalition of Independence, and I'm joined to you today by our talented, beautiful, and intelligent chairman of the Coalition of Independence, Miss Charlotte Green. Say hi to the Bahamas.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Charlotte Green, National Chairman for the Coalition of Independence.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I heard someone say it's freeze. I don't know what's going on. We get attacked sometimes because the government doesn't want the truth to get out there. But we're going to keep doing what we have to do. But first of all, before we get started with what we're talking about today, we got a couple things to talk about. One of them is the fact that the government was prorogued, and we're going to tell you exactly why it was prorogued. I also have some serious information for you about, and we should actually put it in the title, about the collapse of that building that could have killed or injured the Prime Minister himself. We have some serious that's going to shock you and blow your mind. All right. But we're going to talk about the prorogation of the House. But ladies and gentlemen, before we do that, we just wanted to remind you that we are digital, and at the time you can go to our website and you can get all of the information. A lot of our supporters, believe it or not, have never. A lot of our supporters have not seen the documentaries that started this whole movement. You know, some people talk about the $100,000 here and there, and they say, y'all are just doing that to get votes, etc., etc. But the truth of the matter is, when we released that information, we were not interested in politics. We were not running. We started this out as an activist group that was giving that information to the government for them to do what they have to do. All right. Sounds look like we're having some internet problems, but y'all just stay focused. We see that most of you are viewing from YouTube, different YouTube channels. So hopefully it's clear there. All right. But our system is telling us that we're having some interruptions. All right. But hopefully it'll get clear as we go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when we started this out, we decided to just go and put some information on our website. As we started to do research, we realized, stand by, we're still having internet issues, so I hope you can hear us without problems. When we started this out, we wanted to put information. As we did the research, we realized that we can't just put this on the internet, and we decided to put it on TV. So we connected with Eyewitness News to put it on their station. We put it on Clint Show, and that's how this thing really happened. A lot of our followers have never watched the documentaries, and most of the people who follow, a lot of people who follow us, they follow us because they saw the documentaries with the documents, with the facts. People say, Aragonite isn't. Do you see just now the documentary? We didn't just show you the Aragonite. We showed you where it was being sold, not just locally, but we showed you our Aragonite for sale. It's on the packaging. And what they're making from it totals up to $7,000 a ton, when they were supposed to pay $2 a ton. And they're not even paying that because the government won't collect it. They're just getting money on the table from them. They agree to collect. Documentaries, all of these documentaries. Let me upload this our website for you. All of these documentaries show you proof, and why no one could challenge all this time. No one can say they're talking nonsense, they're talking foolishness. What you're looking at now is our website. All right. And our website has a lot of information on it. You can go to our having some internet challenges here. Let's refresh this. Let me refresh it one more time. I think that's supposed to be on this page. Refresh it one more. So you can go to our website and you'll see where you can become a member. You can pay your dues. You can donate. It's right there. You can donate through GoFundMe or locally through SunCash. You can click right here to become. You can also click right in the bar to become a member. And so that's, the documentaries. If you scroll down, you can watch the documentaries now. Tells you a little bit about the Coalition of Independence. So a lot of information is here. A lot of information is there. As you can come and scroll, or you can go in the menu and you can see about us. You can see Vision 2025 is right here. 5 is after we release the documentaries and we see how much money can be made and what's really going on and what's been hidden from us. We wanted to put something together to give to the government. So this was for the government. We presented the Bahamian people, but this was for the government to get ideas of what they need to do. And so we presented Vision 2020, not to sell any dreams to the public, but to give it to the government so they could have ideas of what they could do for the people, because we weren't interested in politics. Now, when the government decided to start fighting us because we did this, when we saw that certain media stations blocked me, like the Guardian Radio, they blocked me from coming on their station after we released all these facts and documents, and we saw that the government, when we decided to do a rally, the government did a false arrest of me to block that rally. That we decided that we have to go there and do this. So we have the Vision 2025 on there, and you can also contribute to Vision 2025. So it's not just our idea. Everything is right here. All right. And on top of that, the vision is here where you can see a lot of the things that we released. Now, we were 5 months old and we started to produce our vision for the country. And the vision was, it was powerful. And ministers, of course, panicked for the Russia election. We'll get into that later. But we had our vision for education, tourism, and energy there. Some of our other vision, like for healthcare and other stuff, they are on the Facebook page, and we're going to get them and bring them and put them here for you. Vision 2030, which is a new vision, more vision that we're going to put out there. But our vision for education is here. It's mind-blowing. Tourism is here. We see them plucking stuff from there. We're going to discuss that today. Our vision for energy is there. And city government, which is very powerful. When we talk about island states, et cetera, et cetera. Healthcare, we have to put on the web, agriculture, et cetera. Vision for fisheries. You can come in, you can find now the documentaries. You just click on documentaries right there. And trust me, these are going to change your life if you've never watched them. All of the documentaries are here. Sand was more than gold. That's you just saw was from here. Land shows how they've really been stealing the land. We also got a secret. Meeting audio from a Chaldean meeting where they were trying to sell the Bahamian aragonite to persons. How the aragonite industry is and how they have 2 billion tons of aragonite that's assigned to them from the government. They said that the Bamba Banks has 100 billion tons of aragonite. All of it is right here, and a lot of other documents that was revealed to us. Land Pirates Part 2, it talks about a lot of stuff. So everything is here. All right, everything is there. Oil wars. We talk about the oil industry. This is where we release the documents that show that members of the PLP, what's his name, Colby Davis, and the other gentleman, what's his name? Anyway, it's right in there, where they received millions of shares of the oil company, and a lot more is in there. We also released that the Ola got a meeting at Luciano's, and they also were in on this, and so the PLP and the FNM got their share. All right. Aragonite miner tells all this is an alley. It talks about the salt and the aragonite industry, where the miners themselves tell everything that happened. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to watch these. You'll have to watch these. This will show you what's really going on. It's right there on the website. And so I was on a WhatsApp group, and people were asking questions. I keep telling them, obviously you didn't watch the documentaries. Just go to the documentaries. Everything is right there. They're about 40, a little over minutes each. All right. And if you want to tell them about signing up, you can do so.
Okay. Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. If you go onto the website, you will see the sign up or become a member today. You just hit on the tab. The tab will take you to an application. The application is very straightforward. You just fill it out, upload a photo as well as your documents, and you read the instructions. Press I agree and submit. So it's very straightforward. As well as paying dues online, you can either pay your dues online by hitting the pay dues online, or you can come into the office.
All right, that was quick and efficient. All right, so that's all of the questions that you may want to ask. The instructions is right there. You can pay it online, or you can come in $5 a month or $60 a year. You could upload your documents there, and after you've submitted it, you can go right there and pay for it. All right,
Yes.
you can click on the pay dues online, and you can go right there and you can pay whatever amount, and then you'll be in.
Also, on the application, you have the option of selecting where you see yourself in the organization. And if there is something on the application that you do not see and you want to play a part in the organization, you can always reach out to me. Like Mr. Bean said, we have tons of calls coming in. So if you don't get me on the first call or the first message, you can try again. I take time out to go through all of my messages.
Awesome. So that's introductory stuff. And now we're going to get right to it, ladies and gentlemen, because we got some stuff to talk about today. All right. So again, we may be having some connection issues. Okay, look like they're sorting themselves out, but we got to have a serious talk today. Make sure you tag someone and share to make sure that your people get on here, because the notifications don't really go out the way they're supposed to. Ladies and gentlemen, I was going to replay for you the prorogation of the House, and then let you hear Ryan Pinder talking about prorogation of the House being prorogued afterwards. I really can't promote them and play that again. The stuff that Ryan Pinder said was absolute rubbish, and it has nothing to do with the reason the House was prorogued. They seem to think that we're still our grandparents' generation, that they can just send someone in a suit to talk and we'll just believe them. But those days are over. Those days are long over. And so we're not impressed with those things anymore. All right. We have eyes and we can see. We know that you manipulate the media, and we know when certain things happen. We know certain things are going on. Ladies and gentlemen, this what do you call it? Prorogation of the House. They prorogue the House in quick time on a Saturday. Who prorogues the House on a Saturday? That alone tells you that they did that in a rush. Doesn't it tell you that?
Oh, yes, it does. They really are hiding something, and we have to get to the bottom of it.
They are definitely hiding something. No one would prorogue the House on a Saturday, one. And then when you looked at them, you could see something different. Latrell Raming was there. Latrell Raming is always dressed to the nines. All right. Let me see if I could just, pull this up quickly for you. Well. Latrell Raming is always dressed to the nines. And so when I saw him out there, basically in civilian clothes, civilian clothes, or you could call it yard clothes, I knew that they just rushed this. They just rushed this quickly, and let's see. They just rushed this quickly to get this out as fast as possible. I'm just trying to pull it up for you, but there's so much stuff that's over it now. All right, okay, I got it. I doubt you'll be able to hear this. So let me just do a little experiment, see if you'll be able. Y'all have to help me and let me know if you can hear this. Pull that out. Okay, so I want you to see some things in here. Y'all just hang with me. I'm going to let you know the real reason behind this, but you got to hang in there. Okay, let's see if we can share that. that's it. Okay, maybe that's it. Okay, let's see if you can get volume on this, or maybe it's something I need to do. So I'm sharing the page now. Let's see if you can get volume in this. So let me know if you can hear this. Can you hear this? Someone answer me on there. Can anyone hear this? Can you hear this?
No.
Okay. You can hear me, but can't hear it. You can't hear it? Okay, they can't hear, but they can see it. All right. So I guess you can hear me. It's playing in the background. I don't know how you can't hear me. Let me hear it. Okay, so that's a proclamation. I'm just gonna fast forward a little bit. So this guy, I gotta turn it down. Yeah. I hope you guys can hear me. Guy, what is this? A Hawaiian kind of shirt with not a Hawaiian, has a blue marlin on it. Well, short. Look at him. This is how you dress to come prove the house.
I don't think they realize
Oh, I mean, proroguing of the house is such a part of democracy and the Westminster system. Every dress. This guy, he looks like he could just pull off the ship. Look at him. He can't even stand up straight. Look at how he's moving back and forth. He can't keep still. Look at him. I'm sorry to be so direct. I'm sorry to be opening the House of Assembly, the speech from the throne. This is the same as the opening of the Supreme Court. Look at how this guy is dressed for announcement of proroguing.
And this is the problem I have with all of this, and it shows the
And I start with a document released by Tenneco. It's a Tenneco 1986 internal report. States that the oil projections in the Bahamas are anywhere from 4 billion to 17 billion barrels. In 1986, Lyndon Pindon gave Tenneco authorization to drill 7 exploratory wells. The names of those wells are Manta Base, Sand Shark, Bluefin, Lionfish, Blue Marlin, Grouper, and Hammerhead. Now, findings. Manta Bay estimated 1.447 billion barrels.
So, first question most people ask is, why are you in the Bahamas? And there's some sort of presumption that it's about palm trees and beaches and cocktails, but actually we're in the Bahamas because it's a very, very, very prolific oil-producing region. There were, as I'll get into in a few minutes, there are historical wells. It's in a very prolific oil-producing region. There's been a 3D seismic campaign. And
Lionfish, estimate 0.94 billion barrels. Grouper, estimate 6.492 billion barrels. Hammerhead, estimate 1 billion .007 billion barrels. Total amount of barrels estimated 17.063 billion barrels. Bahamas 3D seismic test and what was discovered. 1. 3 traps identified as fulls of where oil has accumulated. 2. These traps rival those of the Middle East in size. 3. The Bahamas' oil potential is as big as those of the Middle East. What has happened with the natural resources of the Bahamas, especially oil? The oil resources of the Bahamians are worth tens of trillions of dollars.
We're at the point where we have to drill a well, and we have to get going on the drilling of that well by April 2017.
Is there sound now? Okay, this is total freeze mode.
Testing.
Is there sound? Okay, someone says good to go. Okay, so sounds like we got sound now. Good. All right.
Testing.
Okay, the sound is good now. Okay, we can hear it too. All right, so we're gonna reset the whole system while we continue to talk for a minute. So just give us a sec to reset the whole system. Maybe it'll work smoothly. Let's see something. See if we better. Okay, looks like it's working smoother now. Don't know why we don't have sound on that other system. All right, so all right, let's try to live with this. Or we can, okay, just gonna do one more tweak. One more tweak.
Okay. See, that's freezing up again. Like everything is freezing up. Okay. Okay, they say they can hear. Just freeze up. Okay. So he said this one sounds much clearer too. Yeah, but it's frozen. Okay, I guess we're moving. All right, we don't. I don't know which one this is. Oh man. Took the wrong one off. Okay, perfect. Let me take the sound out from there. All right, so you should be able to hear us now. Just make sure you can still hear us. Okay, good. Yes, you can hear. Okay, perfect. Sound check is good. The audio is good. We had to get some other devices to cooperate at the same time. So sorry about that. This kind of stuff you got to deal with. We are so sorry about that. We were having this conversation about Ryan Pinder. We were showing you Ryan Pinder. Okay, everything is good now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, it's going smooth. Okay, we're doing screen share again. All right. So this is Ryan Pinder. As you can see, he was talking. They literally look like they called this guy out of his bed. Look at him. They literally look like they called him out of his bed to prorogue the house. Something is seriously wrong here. And he seriously can't answer any questions. You know, I mean, mind blowing to us. I'm fast forwarding to this because I want to show you the other guy who was on there with him. How do you move this? Okay. I want to show you the other guy that was on there with him. Okay, they're finished. Desmond Saunders is interviewing him, and look at him. He literally looks like like he's in his yard clothes. Let me see if Latre is before this. Let me go back. I want you to see Latre ramming. Let me see if he's before or after this. Because this is, yeah, look at Latre. Bahamas. Latre ramming always wears nice suits. He's always dressed very professionally. Look at him. He's in a tight, faded shirt with like some threads and holes on the end here. Like I don't know what's happening here. I'm really not doing this to criticize him at all. I'm really doing this to analyze what the government is doing. I'm not trying to criticize Latre. He's always dressed to the nines. All right. But I'm showing you that it appears. The reason I'm showing you this is to show you that it appears that both of them were called in the last minute. Abruptly. Get downtown in the house. Like something is going on. All right. I'm not doing this to criticize him. I'm not trying to be unprofessional on this, but I'm trying to analyze this for the Bahamian people. Look, his collar is all mashed up. You know, his hat is tattered and torn. What do you get from this?
Is proroguing the house ceremonious? Because if it is, this is not the way that it should be done. At the end of the day, this is something that is formal. And like I said, I don't know if our listeners was able to hear me, but the way that they handle business in our country has been, since they got in, unprofessional. They handle the business of our country like a tuck shop. The way they carry themselves in the House of Assembly, the way they answer questions, they treat Bahamians like we are nothing and like we are deserving of nothing. This is not the way that a house should be prorogued. And I'm not here to criticize, but we have to take care of our country's business. And while taking care of it, we have to do it in a manner of respect for the Bahamian people. We deserve answers. We deserve direct answers. Questions, the right questions need to be answered and asked.
And again, I'm zooming into all of this. He had a faded out hat. You can clearly see the hat is dirty, but it has the Bahamas flag on it, and it's really tattered and torn. I don't know if that's the style. And again, I'm not saying this to criticize him. This man deserves credit for the way he always dresses. He always has a good haircut and shave. He does not have that hair.
I think if you was to ask me, I think Mr. Rami, Latrey Rami, I think he was uncomfortable. I think this was an unexpected call. Because had they had known this was going to happen, Mr. Bain, I think he would have been more presentable.
There's even frags in his bed. Like, he literally just woke up. All right. And I'm saying that again, I'm not saying that at all to criticize him in any way. But ladies and gentlemen, it is clear, based on the evidence that we're analyzing, that the government was not prepared and no one was prepared for this proroguing of the House to happen. Something is going on. Something is happening, ladies and gentlemen, and we got to wake up. Something is happening. Something shocked them. Maybe they were in meetings and they realized that, hold on, we're in trouble. We got to quickly prorogue the House. But I will tell you what we feel happened to cause the House to be prorogued. Let me stop screen sharing. And again, I don't want you all to take this as if we are criticizing the way they're dressing. That's not what that was about. That was to make you clearly see, clearly. That was to make you clearly see that we just lost power, but we're still here. That was to make you clearly see that there's a serious reason that they quickly prorogued the House. This was not anything that was planned. This was quickly done. All right. So we believe that the fact that we applied for a commission of inquiry on immigration and presented the evidence to the government, that they realize that there's a serious problem, that they're in problems. And that's just one of the things. That's not the only thing that we feel is the issue here. That's one of the things that we feel is the issue. Now, sorry, trying to get this set up. So that's one of the things that we feel is the issue that they're having here. All right. When we decided to file a commission of inquiry, I think they realized that they're in trouble if any kind of investigation happens, and that they panicked and tried to prorogue the House. What does proroguing the House means? Many people don't know what it means. I heard someone even saying that they dissolved the House and that they have to call election now. No. They didn't necessarily. They didn't dissolve the House. They prorogued it. Prorogue means you end that session of the House and you can start over. All right. And normally, proroguing of the House only takes place normally when you're about to call for election. You suspend the House first, and then you dissolve the House, and then you call for election. All right. Proroguing suspends the previous session of the House. Then you dissolve the House, meaning that all positions are open, and then you go to an election. All right. The House is shut down, etc. They did not prorogue the House to take a break. Some people are saying, oh, they're just taking a break and starting another session. There was no reason to start another session. There was no reason to at all. Governments have taken summer breaks before. And you don't have to prorogue the House to do that. They just end the session. When they first came in, remember, when they first came in, they went straight on break, and that was after summer. All right, minutes and those, when they came in May, they went straight in on a break. All you have to do is suspend the House, and you resume the House on whatever date you want. All right? So they didn't have to prorogue the House to take a break. They're proroguing the House because they're trying to end everything that was before and not have to deal with any of those things. They're trying to crash everything that came up before this, including not having to answer certain questions that were put to them in the House. Get it? They don't want to face a commission of inquiry. They don't want to answer questions that were put into them in the House. And right now, they're in so much trouble because of the Kurt Cornish thing. They feel that it would have caused a lot of stir if persons had gone to the House and started to question them and beat them down on it. So they just don't want to answer questions. So they're trying to take a 9 weeks break. A 9 weeks break. 9 weeks. To hope that when they come back, that things would have died down, that people will not care anymore about this commission of inquiry, about the questions that were put to them, or any of these things. That's their biggest concern. They don't want to face the Bahamian people. How do you feel about this?
Well, Lincoln, the fact that they're taking a 9-week break, when they came in, it felt like they were partying since the year began. So to hear that they're taking a 9 weeks break amidst all of the turmoil that's going on in our country, when Bahamians are scrambling for answers, we have issues in every single sector of our government. Civil servants are crying. Bahamians in the private sectors are crying. Persons on the out islands don't have water. They don't have electricity. This is not the time to take break. This is the time for immediate answers and action to the problems that we are having. There's no time for break. They were celebrating the whole year, almost the whole year. It is time for them to do what they are paid for, and that is to give and find solutions. And not just any type of solutions. We need sustainable solutions, solutions that is going to carry us over. So I do not feel good about this, and I know that there are many persons in this country who are wondering what's going on, because we did not get a clear answer on why the House was really prorogued.
Let me make this abundantly clear to this corrupt government that is running mafia style. We are not going to let up. We're not going to relent. We are going to continue. We're not going to let you forget this. So you won't go to the House for 9 weeks. If we want to come and see you, we'll come and see you at Cabinet, because Cabinet continues.
Yes.
So anyone, because see, the government also realized that the teachers were complaining, the nurses were complaining, the taxi drivers complaining. Everyone is complaining now, and everyone is threatening to protest, and they were trying to run away from all of this. They're just trying to throw their hands in the air and break off running from all of this. All right? And so that's what they're doing. Brave Davis is running like the coward, like a coward. He's running. All right? They realize all of this. But let me just say to all of those persons who want to protest, Cabinet continues. All right? Cabinet is going to be every Tuesday. So now what you do if you want to protest, you just take it to the office of the Prime Minister. All right? You take it there. Cabinet continues. Don't let them get away. All right? When they come back in October, FTX would have started. All right? They don't want any questions leading up to FTX. FTX will start in October, the trial there, and some names are going to be called.
Mm-hmm.
And we expect that these names being called and evidence being brought to the fore, unless this guy pleads guilty and avoids a trial, we expect that it is going to cause an early election. That's what we expect. All right. Now, one of the things that can come out of this come out of this house, the house being prorogued, is that they can do a cabinet shuffle. Now, you don't need to prorogue the house to do a cabinet shuffle at all. All right. There have been many cabinet shuffles. Ministers have done many. Ingham have done them. Perry have done them. You don't need to prorogue the house to do a cabinet shuffle. They are proroguing the house for diabolical reasons. We were going to present to you, but our system just totally shut down. All right. We were going to present to you what when other countries in the Commonwealth system prorogued the house, when it wasn't an election, it was always for some scandalous reason. All right. And so I was going to present all that to you, but of course we lost connection to our system. But of course, we have lives every Sunday and Tuesday, so there's more to come. All right. And so that's the reason that they prorogued the house. They know they are facing something serious. And there may be more that we even know, but clearly something went down. Something went down within the PLP that caused them to rush and prorogue the house. Something went down.
There are too many secrets in our country. There are too many secrets in the house that should not be secrets. Bahamians ought to know what is going on in their country so that they can make proper decision on how they want their country to be run. We deserve to have access as human beings to the information as it relates to our country and our house. Bahamians should not be kept in the dark. Well, technically, we are always in the dark as it relates to BPL, but Bahamians should not be kept in the dark as it relates to the matters of our country. We have persons coming into this country that knows what is going on more than we do. Okay? Freedom of information is a must. And when Coalition of Independence gets into the house, and get into the house we will, we are going to bring forward the Freedom of Information Act and all of the other bills that are concerning to the Bahamian people.
Yeah, I want to take a quick detour there. And now that you talk about the Freedom of Information Act, we had a lot of stuff to present to you, but like I said, our system went down, and so electricity is even off. So only by miracle is it still on through the cell phone device. But I wanted to detour. And talk about the R.M. Bailey School and what happened there. The R.M. Bailey School is a tragedy that's unbelievable. It is because of a corrupt system. We don't have any other problem in this country other than corruption.
Yes.
We don't have an immigration problem. We don't have a crime problem. We have a corruption problem. We don't have a health problem. We have a corruption problem that is causing all of the issues that we are having. Corruption. I saw someone said that ZNS called the name of Terry Delancey, saying that he was the contractor. He was not the contractor. Our patriots in the Ministry of Works gave us a lot of information. Spoke to me, and they gave a lot of information about what's going on there. And they, like the immigration department, are saying, listen, the corruption in this country is going wild. So if you see Keith Bell move from immigration to the Ministry of Works, it's going to be even worse. We also spoke to people in Lands and Survey who says that if Lundy is allowed to remain there, they said that by the time that 3 years is over, there will be no more Crown land. Deals upon deals are being made. The staff at Crown land, I know I brought up R.M. Bailey just now. The staff at Crown land has given us documents about the corruption that is going down. The absolute corruption. All right? The absolute corruption that is going down. They've given us all kinds of maps and other information with fake companies and shell companies and umbrella companies. And so we got some stuff to talk about.
And it's so amazing in our country, our own government, the government that Bahamians voted and elected to represent them and their welfare. The government is stealing from the Bahamian people, whether it's the crown land, the natural resources. We put people in place to rob us. We put people in place to take from us. Bahamians, we have the power to fix this. It's a difference if we do not know, but the mere fact that we are now in the age of information and information is just bursting out of the seams. We have the information. How are we going to use it? How are we going to fix our country? It is our jobs now.
Yeah. All right. And so back to what's happening with the ministry. All right. You might hear some noise in the background. I have a son who has autism. I take care of him on my own, and caretakers are dealing with him right now. And so sometimes we have to deal with a special needs kid. All right. So that's the screaming that you hear in the background. All right. And so as long as you have me, you're gonna have my special needs son, because he's my responsibility and he's with me. So just want you to know that. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, RM Bailey is endemic of corruption. Now, let me get straight to the point with you. Straight to the point. I spoke to the ministry. And they are saying that they were in shock when they heard that this building collapsed. They were in shock that the building collapsed. Not because the building was inspected or passed inspection, because they knew nothing about this building being built.
Interesting.
They knew nothing about it, I am told. Persons at the ministry says that they were with Mr. Yucklow, who is the structural engineer. They said that Mr. Yucklow was in shock when he heard that a roof collapsed at RM Bailey, because he knew nothing about a roof being built. The structural engineer.
Who's Mr. Yucklow?
Mr. Yucklow is the structural engineer. He's in charge at the Ministry of Works. And I'm calling names so that the government can get back to the people and tell us what's going on. Mr. Yucklow says that he don't know about no building being built.
Oh.
And so the building could not have been approved if Mr. Yucklow did not know or did not approve this. It didn't go through them. So they were in shock. And so the next question is, Mr. Delancey, not Terry Delancey, the Delancey at Ministry of Works. Mr. Delancey, who is in charge of permits, one, either Mr. Land, they didn't get a permit, which is what we're hearing is the case, or they got a permit and the Ministry of Works is still in trouble, because they should not have gotten a permit for that to be built the way it was built. The wood was wrong. The type of wood that was used, the size wood that was used was wrong. And the clamps and everything else was wrong. So either you all go backdate some documents to go try to save face, but they also informed me that the contractor, and the government can confirm this, they're alleging that the contractor is Mr. Desmond Greenslade. And they're saying he's the brother of Ellison Greenslade, the former commissioner. All right, so that's the name that was called. So the government can confirm or deny that. I don't know why people are saying they're going to reveal who the contractor is or what. It's listen, if whoever the contractor is, we should know. We should have freedom of information.
Mr. Bean, has there been an official report from the ministry, from the Minister of Education, or from the Ministry of Works?
Say it again, the name.
Has there been an official report to the public from the Minister of Education or Ministry of Works as it relates to the incident concerning the school, the roof at R.M. Bailey?
Report. Listen, this government don't report on nothing. They don't speak on nothing.
The Bahamian people deserves to know what happened. This is the taxpayers' money. And not only that, this is a classroom. Had it been completed and our children were to enter that building. See, Lincoln, their corruption it has been affecting generations, but that would have been a direct impact. Bahamians, we have to get serious in this country. The things and the criminalities and the corruption that our leaders are doing, it is going and it is impacting our children. We find ourselves daily laughing at certain things that are occurring in this country. One day, it is going to hit our kids if we don't stop it now. And that is an example. It's coming too close to our kids. Our kids are in it. That's an example.
And so, based on information that we received from patriots at the Ministry of Works, the ministry don't know nothing about this part of R.M. Bailey that was being built or renovated, etc. And so, but deny that there was no work permit involved for this work that was being done. We need him to confirm or deny that, and that Mr. Yaklo, who is the structural engineer for the Ministry of Works, didn't know anything about this. We need them to confirm or deny that. This is shocking. This is our children's lives. When did the bidding for this go out to tender? You did not follow the Procurement Act, because you would have had to disclose. Again, we was going to show you the Procurement Act and all that stuff, but we have a system issue right now. You're supposed to disclose who gets contracts, how they got the contract. In the New Bahamas, Bahamians going to have all this information. There will be no more secrets. There will be no more secrets.
I am tired. I am so tired of saying the word transparency and accountability, because it appears to be a foreign language to both political parties. It is time that they become accountable. And it is our job to make them accountable. That word right now, it is being thrown around so loosely. It is time we hold them accountable.
Yeah.
They need to hear us. Maybe they need to feel us politically. But Bahamians, we have to do something now.
So Tuesday, we're going to talk about lands and surveys and Mr. Lundy. Mr. Lundy, you trying to give away y'all trying to sell out all the ground land? Mr. Lundy, stop it. Stop it.
The Crown land does not belong to the government. And Mr. Lundy, the Crown land does not belong to you. You have no rights to sell our children's land. You have no right. You nor the government have no right to sell the people's land.
I'm going to open the phone lines. I got to give you a different number. We got to give them this number.
577.
The number is 577-4158. I can't put it on the screen. So you just gotta memorize it, or someone type it. Someone type it in the comments. Keep typing it in the comments. 577-4158 is the phone number. Call us. Make sure it's not on silent. Call us and let me hear what you have to say about all this stuff. We know that they prorogued us for a diabolical reason. We believe that one of it is the Commission of Inquiry they're trying to avoid. Certain questions they don't want to answer in the House of Assembly. And also some other things that were coming up. They just decide to break off running and take a break and hope that everything cools down by the time as they get back. We knew that they called it suddenly, so something serious going down. Something serious. There was some speculation, and of course, this is just speculation. I normally don't say things that I haven't proven or don't know, but this is of national importance. There was some speculation that Philip Brave Davis isn't doing well. I can't confirm that, and that he doesn't want. You can answer it. He doesn't want the deputy to be acting prime minister for too long.
Good evening. Thank you
But
for
that's
calling
speculation.
in.
Good evening, you're live. Turn your device down, please, and listen to this one.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm just tuning in because I just got off some work. I just want to inquire. Several days ago, I don't mean to go off topic if I'm on topic, but several days ago, Mr. Cassius Stewart, he made some allegations about you, and in making the allegations about you, I think he slandered your name. He called you Lucifer Bain or something like that. Would you care to address those remarks, or is that something that you're addressing now? And are those remarks slanderous to the point where you could file a lawsuit against it?
I mean, what do you want me to address about it? I mean, everything that he said was untrue. I've already addressed it. He called me Lucifer, but he also called Jesus Lucifer. So I think that's actually a compliment. That's a good compliment, and so I want to thank him for that. He put me in good company. But the actual things that he said about his COI members threatening to kill them and all this other stuff, me being kicked out of the FNM, me being kicked out of the DNA, all these other stuff, they were untrue. I mean, totally untrue. He said I met with him with some Haitian guy from Miami. All of this stuff was untrue. I don't want to focus on that. I think he's moved on from that, and I've moved on from that. And I didn't choose to do any name calling or anything. Just stick to the facts that I know. But I don't want to get distracted with that at all. And no, I won't be suing him. I don't have time to waste with that. I am focused on the New Bahamas and getting moving us forward to the New Bahamas.
Okay, one last statement before I go.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have a lot of power. You understand? All the independent parties, right? Because you guys spitting facts, right? But why not put differences on the side? Because I think if all the parties that we have right now come together, I think that they could very well make a change. Why is it that everybody wants power? Somebody got to put pride aside and say, hey, you know what? This party making sense. We need to get the PLP and the FNM out. I think we all have more power combined than the PLP and FNM.
That's a good.
Just PLP, FNM, and people are set up. So why not just have one big new party and just have like an election and then
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. I really want to answer that because before I left, and I was the person trying to get everyone to come together, to put differences aside. But the fact of the matter is, the biggest threat to the New Bahamas is not the government getting the most votes, et cetera, et cetera. The biggest threat is what you saw happen with Randall Fox. As soon as there was a tie, 18-18 with UBP and the PLP, Randall Fox got a check. And that check was a blank check that he could say any figure he want from the UBP and he would get it. That's the biggest threat. It's not everyone that you can work with. We need strong Bahamians who are going to be willing to stand up against the system and not sell out. That's what I'm looking for more than anything else. All right. And so if my experience is that, and I don't want to even mention this gentleman's name, but I just have to be real because you asked a question. Before the election, the gentleman formed a party that was a fake coalition and was going around telling people, and people gave evidence of this. All right. They took pictures and everything. Was going around door to door and telling people that they're the coalition and this is Lincoln Bean's candidate there with Lincoln Bean. All right. And that was to deceive the public. All right. And that was directly from on behalf of the PLP. All right. And I gave the information when it happened. So if you would do that, then you have to prove to me that you are really serious about the New Bahamas now and you want to make a change. I'm just being real. I'm not attacking anybody. This is the reality and the facts. We presented all the documents, the printouts, we presented pictures and everything of it going on. And that's just the facts. All right. If you lambaste the F&M for a decade, for 10 years, you lambaste the F&M. Ingram even arrests you for your attacks against him. All right. And then in 2012, you join up with Ingram after telling us all these years that Ingram is the scum of the earth and Ingram is no good and you should never follow him. All right.
And he didn't even win the seat and was supposed to be a PLP. I mean, an F&M strong.
And then you join the man. That means that your mindset is not for country. It's you just want a position and you will sell out at any opportunity. Again, I'm not interested in getting in the back and forth, but I promise the Bahamian people that I would show them political tricks when they see it. All right. So the cause that they're talking about is a very good cause. We don't need the homosexual stuff in our schools, but I do not see the threat of homosexual stuff being in our schools. I don't move because people trust me that whenever I say something, it is facts and I can prove it. All right. I have that reputation. All right. People trust me when it comes to that. When I heard this Belinda Wilson make the statement, the first thing I did was call Belinda Wilson to find out what she meant by it. I watched what she said. And basically, she was saying, no, they're taking what I said out of context. I'm not saying that this should be in school or whatever. And she said, no, that's not it. She said that they talk about it in schools now. They give definitions, just like how you learn about Buddhism in religious knowledge. They tell you this is what Buddhism is. They don't tell you to go worship Buddha. They tell you Buddhism is this. All right. Sikhism is that. All right. They tell you it's Christianity, Catholic, Muslim. They give you definitions. So she said that's what it is. But there's no one pushing anything on you. That's education. I said, okay, I see what you're saying. There is no threat. I made calls to the Ministry of Education, to different persons that I know. I spoke to scores of teachers, and all of them said, no one promoting no lesbianism or gayism or LGBT, nothing in our schools. So I said, okay, that's enough for me. This whole thing is because of what Belinda said. Belinda said that ain't what she mean, and she even came back and put a voice note saying, that's not what I mean. And then recently, there was a statement by the Director of Education saying something similar, that they give definitions or whatever, and that's that. All right, but they don't promote none of that stuff in our schools. And people are fighting something that is not there. If there was, and when the thing with the book at Book World came out, I went myself to Book World. No, I don't take information. I research everything. I needed to see where they get that book from, what's going on. I did proper investigation to see that was them independently, and there was no intent of nothing being in the schools. I was told by the education that they're having a meeting, their administrators meeting on the 14th and 15th, and that book is not anywhere near the schools, and so that's fine with me. All right. And so I don't want to get too much into that because I don't want to start a back and forth with that. But the cause is if they ever attempt to put that stuff in the schools, let me tell you something. They got serious problems with me. But I don't go off hype. I go off facts. All right?
Yeah. And another thing too, one last thing. Truth is the only thing that the wicked fear.
Yeah.
They don't try to stop people and take people who telling lies,
Yeah.
When you tell them the truth, they try to get rid of you, they try to silence you, they try to lock you up and judge you,
Now,
and that's what they're trying to stop. They're trying to stop people from putting the news and telling the truth. I don't know why.
Yeah. And so while we were distracted talking about, they're going to do something in schools, let me tell you what they did. They went and put it in the law. You understand? They changed the law with this new bill they just passed, the Protection Against Violence Act, and they introduced same-sex civil unions to our law. Is now in our law. Marital rape was now introduced to our law. And several other things that I mentioned in my previous live has now been introduced to our law. Distraction. While we were looking at the wrong thing. They call it prestidigitation. Prestidigitation is magic. They got you looking at this hand while they're doing the trick in the other hand. And that's what they did to us. And now it's in law, and they're waiting to see who could say something. And guess what? Nothing from the Christian Council, because everyone missed it. Nothing from the different groups, because they missed it. Everybody missed it. Everybody.
Thank you for your knowledge and information, sir.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Again, I have no interest in going, back and forth with that gentleman. I don't have any interest in any of that stuff. Like I said, the cause is a good cause. We need to make sure that nothing happens in our schools with our children. I believe in that, but our children are not under threat. All right. Oh, we have another call. Okay, you're live.
How you doing, Mr. Dan?
I'm awesome. You're live.
Yeah. Did you hear me, right?
Yes.
You're doing an excellent job, my friend.
Thank you, man.
Fighter naysayers, my friend. You're doing an excellent job. Getting back to what I want to talk about is an area that I'm living in. Newly built home, right?
Yes.
They have some Haitians now starting to squat in this area.
Mm-hmm.
What they did was they built a fence across the road, and they are drilling the steel in the ground, Lincoln. No permit number. They're starting from ground zero.
Wow.
I drove in the back there yesterday, and these guys already started to build. I came home early yesterday. It was Friday. I came home early, and they were getting off, and they locked the gate so you can't drive in the back.
What? In our country?
Yeah. I telling you, live, Lincoln. Live. When I show you this, and if you got a chance, if I show you this, you wouldn't believe it. They just started. I recorded it. So can I send this video to you? Or whenever you have free time, I can tell you exactly. It's not far from where I live. It's in Mr. Bacchus Road area.
Yeah, take me there. Take me there. We need to make sure they're not doing any skullduggery in our country.
Lincoln, trust me. Okay, what happens is there's a lot of homes in the back there that was not built, that abandoned, and what they did was they put fill around a particular yard, and they're like building on this house and the area and trying to build up the area. As soon as you have some time, Lincoln, send me a message. I will take time off of my busy schedule, my brother, to carry you in the back there. When they work here, I'll go with you, my brother. So I don't know if you can see my number on the phone. If you can see my number on the phone, and you need me to give you my number, so you can call me when you have free time and make it my business.
Yes, we can see your number.
What I'm doing? Just a 432.
We can see it. We can see it.
You can see it? Okay.
Yes.
I will take time out of my busy schedule about whatever I'm doing, so I can get you in the back there to see.
Okay. Thank you, man.
Okay?
Thank you.
You can hit me up, my brother.
All right. Thank you, man.
All right, my brother. All right.
Awesome. Yeah, we're gonna go check that out, ladies and gentlemen. I would say so our system seems to be back up. Yeah, our system seems to be back up. So we're able to do some things that we had to wait on. So I want you to look at, because Ryan Pinder, one of the things he said was he started bragging about, especially in their press statement. They said they put out a press statement. I mean, it's utterly ridiculous, that press statement. And they started talking about examples of the things that they've accomplished and the things that they've done. I wonder if I have the press statement. No, I don't have the press statement here. The things that they've done. And they listed some COVID things that they've accomplished. And they listed nothing. They said that they reduced VAT to 10%. No mention that they increased the things that were not valuable to 10%. They listed some stuff that was not really accomplished. They said they built some houses. And it was nothing. Nothing from the blueprint for change. Have you noticed that the government had a whole blueprint for change? And the only things that they've done since election is things that they've, things they were not going to do and things that they've heard us talk about. All right. To be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, the fastest growing industry in this country right now is not tourism. The fastest growing industry in this country is not banking on numbers. The fastest growing industry in this country right now is slandering Lincoln Bain. All right. If you want to make some money, if you want to get some contracts, all right, that's the biggest business to go into right now. So I wouldn't hate on you for doing that, but there's some people that they're giving contracts to. All right. There's one fellow who purported to be a privatizer. He's a former police officer. Got some contracts from government. I mean, he's going after Maria. I mean, like crazy. There's another fellow who said he was Maria's friend and started attacking her. And we're hearing that this guy is getting. He was promised by Brave Davis security contracts, including security contract for $100,000 a month that persons are alleging. That's Ben McKinney, the lawyer who works on WhatsApp, sending out troll messages. People are doing these things for contracts, and they're doing these things because they don't want you to benefit while they're getting theirs. And so we need the government to answer if this person who has no experience in security, had no security company before the government was in power, is getting, because they're Facebook or WhatsApp troll, contracts. Some contracts came to another PLP supporter, Rochelle, allegedly. And this other contract that he was promised and it was authorized. You can see the internet messing with our internet again. This contract that's going to be about $100,000 a month. Is going to Ben McKinney allegedly. So we need the government to tell us what's going on with that. Why are so much contracts being given out to these political trolls while Bahamians are starving? Bahamians can't eat. Bahamians are suffering in this country. The government said, yeah, carbon credits, natural resources worth billions, but they ain't giving us none of it. They're giving it to, they're going to reduce some taxes eventually. That's what they said. I want to take a quick scan through. The PLP's speech from the throne. There's something I want you to notice on there. All right, I'm going to pull it up for you. Here we go. This is the PLP's speech from the throne. Speech from the throne, 6th of October, 2021. All right, this is the speech from the throne. Now, I'm going to skip through this. Go look for this yourself. Just Google it. Bahama Speech from the Throne 2021 PDF. Just Google it. It's right there. All right, I want you to read this. There's a lot of things that in here that was promised to be done, and I don't see these things being done at all. All right, I don't see these things being done. But there's one particular part I wanted you to read. My government is here on the screen. Let me make it big, big, big for you. My government will work to ensure that the natural resources of the Bahamas benefit our people. Oh, wow. My government will strengthen legislation that established a sovereign wealth fund. Wow. They will strengthen it? You mean the Sovereign Wealth Fund Act that you repealed and got rid of and ended? That Sovereign Wealth Fund? My government proposes that all of its non-financial assets will be held in this fund, the Sovereign Wealth Fund, for the benefit of generations of Bahamians.
So basically, the prime minister stood at the foot of the throne and basically lied, knowing what his true intentions were.
He didn't just stand at the foot of the throne. He had the Governor General announce these things on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen. He caused the Queen to lie because they presented this to the Governor General to announce this is speech from the throne. Because technically the throne's still in charge. So he got to let the Queen say these stuff. And the Governor General is a representative of the Queen. So he will say the stuff on behalf of the Queen.
Well, they started off bad.
So they lied and told us that they will strengthen the legislation that established the Sovereign Wealth Fund. And they said the government proposes that all of its non-financial assets will be held in this fund for the benefit of generations of Bahamians.
Again, the Sovereign Wealth Fund that was repealed.
Yes. My government will provide the legal, fiscal, and regulatory framework with the creation of the Ministry of Natural Resources. My government will secure carbon credit payments for our natural resources. But none for y'all. Because he stood up in the House and said that he is not going to let Bahamians benefit directly. He is going to give you some tax breaks. Now, I want you to notice that this says my government will secure carbon credit payments for natural resources, but before election, there was no mention of carbon credits. The only person talking about carbon credits was Lincoln Bean and the COI. Isn't that curious? It's because they knew how powerful this was and they didn't want us to use it politically. And so they were just telling people this carbon credit thing is not real. And then as soon as the speech from the throne happened, they started praising the carbon credits. So this is the blueprint for change, which is what they were talking about before election. If you look at this blueprint for change, again, Google it, blueprint for change, PDF, whatever, is right there. Everything is online. So let's not be lazy. Let's go get this stuff. And if you look at this blueprint for change, nothing of carbon credits is mentioned in here. Now, I want to go straight to, let's go to page 8, because all this is a bunch of fluff and nonsense. Let me go straight to page 8. The 10-point plan, because they say they didn't accomplish so much. All right? The 10-point plan. Rescuing the economy. The PLP will restore the economy, whatever. Reconstruction and resilience. Compassionate social relief and strengthening security. Bahamian empowerment. Oh, wow. When is that going to happen? Commitment to the Sovereign Wealth Fund and natural resources. Oh, remember we were talking about this, so they felt they had to talk about this. It says, we commit to a thorough assessment and management of natural resources for the ultimate benefit of Bahamians. We will establish a robust sovereign wealth fund. Healthy Bahamas prioritize the health and wellness of our people with NHI, affordable health care. We'll implement sustainable, whatever. Revolution in education. Refocus our efforts on a shared vision for education and lifelong learning. Education is still great. Okay, I'm not really saying nothing.
Words.
All right. A plan for each island. Deliver the critical needs of each island with vision and a master plan. We will strengthen the entire Bahamas. Jesus.
How?
Every island you go on is in decay. The clinics, the airports, the police stations, everything is in decay. Potholes in the road. They can't get good electricity, good water. Some of the docks are broken down. Even on Harbor Island, the dock is damaged. Every island is in decay. What have you accomplished?
You know what, Lincoln? This is their framework for the Bahamas. Yet when we did our Vision 2025 for the Bahamas, we documented, we showed the numbers, we showed what it was going to take for us to get there, how we was going to get there and how long it would have taken for us to get there. We broke it down. We showed where the funding was going to come from. Bahamians, I encourage you, please visit the website coalitionofindependence.com and take a look at the vision. Compare them. What vision would you want for your country? This is just a bunch of words right here on this blueprint. No form of planning is going on here. And that is why we are getting what we're getting today.
Yeah. Let's scan through this a little bit. This is their rescuing the economy. All right. This is their plan to rescue the economy. Let's just scan through it a little bit. It says they'll immediately begin a comprehensive review to taxation regime in the Bahamas. They said they will reduce VAT by 10%.
Did that happen?
To 10%. They reduced VAT to 10%, but they also increased VAT on the things where there was no VAT. So they didn't really reduce VAT. They said they will have additional VAT relief. That ain't happened. So instead of additional VAT relief, we got more taxation. They'll transform the tax system to an equitable system, create a model for international infrastructure funds, the private sector, whatever. Stabilize public finances. That's what they said they're going to do. They're going to cause immediate and full assessment of true state of the country's finances, et cetera, ensure high-end, whatever.
And who's the Minister of Finance?
Fiscal responsibility. Fiscal responsibility. They're going to stop financial leakage in our public sector, including insider deals, Will Jesus.
That's all they can do.
Including insider deals. Now, this is the government who is breaking the law as it relates to procurement. Admit they were breaking the law and that they were going to change the law so they could keep breaking it. It's them. Debt management. All right. Nonsense. Bahamas Invest. Refocus Bahamas Investment Authority as a nimble, et cetera. I mean, you can go and look at this for yourself. We don't see one where any of this stuff makes any sense. Two, whether they did any of this stuff. Ease of doing business. Enhance the ease of doing business in the Bahamas. It got worse.
Oh, yeah.
It got worse. I get tourism right now.
Bahamians have more loopholes to climb over, jump through as it relates to this right here.
And this I wanted to quickly get. Remember they was talking recently after we talked about the Chinese and that situation with the human trafficking, and they were talking about work permits and they were talking about this Commercial Enterprise Act that the F&M government put into place. Look at what they said they would do. Let me get this big for you. This is what they said they would do. Repeal the Commercial Enterprise Act and grant work permits where no qualified Bahamian can be found. This, their words. They said that when they came in, that they were going to repeal the Commercial Enterprise Act. This 2 years later, and the act's still there, and they talking about, see, well, the F&M is the cause of this Chinese thing because they put this commercial enterprise. You all said you all was going to repeal it. How long would it take you to repeal that? One sitting in the House and the Senate? Seriously? Fail. Grant work permits where no qualified payments. This is nonsense. They came, I think it was the director, came out and Brave talking that there was a division that they put in place at the Ministry of Labor to inspect the work permits, the application for work permit to make sure that no Bahamian has that job, and where Bahamian can do no Bahamian can do that job, and where the Bahamians can do that job, they would be rejected. There's no such division. There is one woman that they put at a cubicle sitting down, that they send some that they choose to her, and then they just hired a young man to assist her after I exposed that in another live, and now they don't get nothing sent to them. Nothing. Stuff comes to them already approved. Well, to her, since the fella gone, there's nothing. Stuff comes to them already approved. Apparently, she disapproved some stuff for, I think it was our Coombs. And all of a sudden, you nothing going on no more. This Bahamas. Okay, let's keep going.
They say next. Because this was here for a while.
I was there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all are seeing. We're putting this up on the screen. So it look like the screen ain't moving. I hope y'all can see the screen that we have up. Oh no, y'all are not seeing any of these. Oh, okay. Let me stop the share. No, they're not seeing this at all. Oh, we're so sorry about that. We was putting stuff up on the screen for y'all to see, and y'all was missing everything. We're so sorry. I'm gonna put it back up. You see that most of you are watching from YouTube. Some of you are on my page, some on Coalition page, some on Bahamian Evolution page. Thank you all for being here. All right. Now you can see what we've been looking at all this time. I was showing you all this blueprint for change nonsense, and I was showing you all certain things in this. I just want you all to see that particular one again. You all could see it now. Financial services, go across. Oh, so they were going to repeal the Commercial Enterprise Act. See it right there? That's their words. See it? See it? That's their words. All right. Now let's go over to tourism. Tourism. See, we're analyzing the government because they said they prorogued us and they've accomplished this and they've accomplished that. I should have read their speech, which was their press statement. All right. They said they're going to revamp the tourism model to harness the power of culture, including community-based, creative, entertainment, heritage, sports, religious, educational, including English as a second language, ecotourism, and medical tourism. Listen, medical tourism? Like, what is that? That's a tour at a hospital, like. What kind of medical tourism? And we don't even have a hospital for us. What, you could bring people from Miami to go in our clinic? But what kind of medical tourism?
First and foremost, we need to own tourism. That would be the start of a good plan. We do not own tourism. We work for tourism, but we do not own the product.
Jesus, y'all let the PLP swing y'all. They talk about, you see why they don't quote nothing from the blueprint for change? I want y'all to see this, Our plan for each island will focus on the island's niche in tourism market and promote its unique opportunities. No island will be left behind. Y'all see that yet? Provide access to capital for Bahamians to establish boutique hotels, Airbnbs, cottages, fishing lodges, and other tourism products. Still waiting. Amend Hotel Encouragement Acts to better incentivize Bahamian-owned and joint venture boutique hotels. Wow. And this is the other joke. Reposition Bahamas Air to service international routes, improving airlift with load share agreements. So waiting to see what from the blueprint for change they saying they accomplish. All right, foreign affairs and trade. This Fred Mitchell and them. All right, let's look in here. So we look at facts. All right. We commit to advancing Bahamian interests abroad to create a greater Bahamian footprint abroad. Ensure all embassies have a trade investment attaché to assist with, nonsense. Participate actively at UN with a view to secure non-permanent, nonsense. None of this happened. Establish Foreign Service Institute with the UB for training development of all foreign representatives abroad. Fully implement, none of that happened. Actively engage, leverage Bahamian diaspora to contribute to national development. Nothing here is happening. Increase embassies, consulates, and airlift with strategic allies in central. All right, let's go down to, now I want you to look at this, right? This is what I want you to see. All right. I want you to see like the blue economy, all right? Look at how long that is. Look how much stuff they have there. Even though that's short, that's disgraceful. So this their whole plan for the blue economy. This show you that they had no plan. The blue economy they mean with the ocean. Then they have the aviation industry. Look how long that is, right? And you see Bahamas Air, shipping in now. Look at the PLP's plan for immigration. Bam. 3 points. This, the PLP, y'all should have seen this coming. From the man went in the shanty town and told the people he always looked out for them, and he will look out for them because he's one of them. Y'all should have seen this. Look, 3 points on immigration. This is the whole blueprint for change. We are committed to progressive immigration reform to protect our borders and allow the orderly growth of industry. Progressive immigration reform to protect our borders and allow for orderly growth of industry. To allow for growth. So they intended to have some growth in immigration. Commit to clearing backlog of applications within the Department of Immigration. So they told y'all ahead of time they was going to be giving out plenty papers.
It's nothing about clearing up.
We will establish specific deadlines for response to applications. Deadlines for response to applications. So when the immigrant comes here and they apply, they will establish specific deadlines. That's the same as the Commercial Enterprise Act. All that did was do a deadline, but they say they repeal it. But then here, they saying they can do the same thing. You see why they didn't repeal it? Bahamas, are you awake? This is why they didn't repeal it. But their whole plan for immigration, nothing in here about really how they're going to do it, how they're going to protect our borders, move the shanty towns. You see anything but the shanty towns in there? We was having that problem beforehand. See anything but repatriation in there? Consumer protection, 1 point. Economic clusters, 1 point. A whole heap of nonsense.
Is there any plan in here that directly speaks to the Bahamian people, where the Bahamian people benefit from this country? Is there any plan in here that empowers the Bahamian people?
No. They gone down to the orange economy with a bunch of hoopla about Junkanoo and Reagan scrape.
Because we are performers, right?
Yeah. Cannabis industry. You're talking about marijuana, the green economy. That's what I wanted y'all to see. This is so funny. Remember, he's all over the world traveling, talking about the green economy and climate change. This was their plan for the green economy. Y'all watch this. Facilitate the expansion of the agricultural industry for local and export consumption by offering incentives and funding. Right? 2, explore expansion of salt production on Long Island, Raglan Island, and Rum Key. They heard me saying this stuff. Right? But green economy, okay, salt, green economy, salt, green economy, salt. Okay. Green economy, salt. That you just cook with green salt?
That's good.
I guess PLPs cook with green salt. I don't know why the green economy, why salt is in the green economy. Y'all just let that slip right through and had people shouting it's a new day. It's a new day because salt is now green. Jesus. Next in the green economy, implement comprehensive program to fell the pine forest so they grow at maximum capacity, creating jobs and prioritizing lumber for domestic use. Now, I hope someone else comprehend what they just read. This is the green economy that's supposed to preserve the environment. They're going to implement comprehensive program to fell, which means to cut down the tree or fell the tree, to cut down the pine forest. It's the green economy now. Comprehensive program to cut down the pine forest so they grow at maximum capacity, creating, that's the opposite of
Economy.
Creating jobs and prioritizing lumber for domestic industry. They're going to cut down, that's the green initiative, cut down the pine trees. But of course, that ain't happened yet. Building permits, they can use technology for building. Y'all let them slip this right. They had no plans. They just wanted to do a pretty nice looking graphic, and they just had to plug something in there because it's come as a template. So they just needed to pull this up and plug something in there. So they just put 3 points there. They ain't gonna read that. And they were right. Government contracts. Make government contracts open and transparent. Jesus. SMEs will be actively recruited to bid for government contracts and provide special incentives or whatever. Require government agencies and companies with significant equity to buy goods and services from farmers. This the big plan? This the blueprint for change? And people fail for this. And they're saying they've accomplished so much. This is why when they do something, they can't say reference to the blueprint for change. I'm not going to go any more into this nonsense, but I just want Bahamians to wake up. I just want Bahamians to wake up. Make sure that we're up here again. Okay. And we're back. Come on. Get us up there. Okay. There we go. There we go. Oh, they got you blocked out. Let's go. There we go. Yeah. So I just wanted you to read this so you could be able to see exactly, what this nonsense is. All right. Make sure I covered everything that I wanted to cover in there. There's a couple of things I want you to notice. There's a couple of things. The government, when they got in, and in that whole blueprint for change, nothing about carbon credits. They immediately started talking about carbon credits, which before election they said I was selling the dreams, but then from the speech from the throne, because it was already planned, because they had already worked with FTX, took his money and all that kind of stuff, but they just couldn't bring it up before election, because then it would have legitimized what I was saying, and instead of it going to FTX and to their pockets, you would have demanded, if you knew that it was real, you would have demanded that you get your carbon credits. But the thing is, some people still are sitting down thinking that it can't happen. We can't get nothing. Because they've gone back to selling you dreams. Ryan Pinder, in front of the House, started talking about carbon credits, saying in 12 months, they're going to start stealing our carbon credits. Because that's what's really taking place. Because they put it in the name of the Prime Minister. And they can give it to who they want. And they can have oligarchs, both FNM and PLPs, benefiting from this. Anthony Ferguson is spearheading this. He is one of the owners of The Guardian. And that's why you see The Guardian putting certain articles out there and favoring certain things. And you are victims of the crime of the century. The phone line is still open. And remember, it is 577-4158. 577-4158. So you can still call us in 577-4158. But they started talking about that. They started talking about the restoration of Bay Street on the east side. They heard me talking about that. The restoration of Bay Street on the east side of East Street. They heard me talking about that, so they jumped on that. Of course, we went out there today and we took some film. I don't think. Let me see if we have that. If we have that available, we took some film out there. Yeah, we did. And the government talk about all this infrastructural change that they have here. They talk about all this infrastructural change, and all we've seen is potholes. If you read their press statement, they talk about the revolutionary change in infrastructure, but all we've seen is potholes. But anyway, we went to Bay Street, and we just wanted to show you this. Yeah, this. And so, let me pause it right there. They said they're breaking down 4 of the buildings, right? With all of those buildings that's up there, they're going to break down 4. That's what they call restoration. 4 of the buildings. And so they break down 1 building, but the buildings next to it still there, still run down. And so what's the point of putting some kind of park or sitting area or whatever in the middle of these rundown buildings? 4 buildings are going to break down, and they're bragging about that like they accomplished something so great. But there it is. They broke down 1 of the buildings already.
Who's paying for this?
Apparently the government is paying for it. I don't know why, but there's the building. But next to it, as you can see, it's just pure rundown buildings again. Well, this is coming up to the police. There's another building across the street. I skipped over that. I want you to see this here. You see some tourists walking. This is by the Hotel Corona. So the Hotel Corona, if you look on there, the Hotel Corona is for sale. All right, that's a big for sale by owner sign on it. Now I noticed to be owned by Louis Stokes. Right now, Louis Stokes told me himself, because I took Louis Stokes to China one time. He wanted to look into business in China. Louis Stokes told me himself that he owes taxes on his bill and he don't believe in paying taxes, so he didn't pay the taxes. So I don't know how he's going to sell this if he owes the taxes or if he still owes it, because he would owe more taxes than the building is worth right now. And so I don't know how he could sell this, but this is the Hotel Corona that's owned by Stokes, the former number man who used to own Stokes Cabana, which is the house that they said someone had hung himself in the house related to a member of parliament. That building, a very huge house that was there. He also refused to pay taxes on that house, he said, because he don't believe in paying taxes. And so this is the building. And I want you to notice that there are some tourists walking on the sidewalk. And what do you see in the front here? Water. It didn't rain today. This is today that we took this video. This is today. And they're walking in the, and water is still there from last night. All right. And those are tourists walking, but I want you to see what they're going to have to go through. This is the tourists walking through all these dirty, rundown buildings. Look at them. See them there? They walking. Oh, Lord, you should have picked them up. But see, this is a flood of water in the front here. And so all this is water. You see the car coming through water. It's Bay Street, man. It's the main street of the country. All right, but look at this. You see all the water they got to walk through? On both sides of the road, it's flooded. The sidewalk is flooded. Look, on both sides. So the tourist now has to walk through this to get to the bridge where they're going. You see that? The tourist has to walk through this. Why? Because we've put nothing in place for drainage in our country. Proper drainage. When you go to certain states, you go to New York, they have drainage they have underground tunnels to take that water away. They don't ever experience flooding. You see what the tourists got to go through? This is shameful. In their press statement, and you can go read it, they talked about all this infrastructural stuff that they did. They did nothing of the sort. Our roads are decrepit. This is a road in Pinewood Gardens that Maria put on here.
Good afternoon, my fellow Bahamians. Pinewood Gardens. Bahamians. Now you know this PLP government and problems, right? Look.
It's the road.
The Bahamian people have to place in the road so they could warn other road users who drive in these cars that to avoid coming
In the
around this
21st
hole,
century. There's someone else.
Every blood clot man Kennedy get over. See that ring there? That's green now. When they pave the road, they pave
This is
over.
Kennedy Club. This is under Pia, not Pia. Under, let me get out.
Hey, but behemoths? This the corner I live through. That's the church, right?
It's Kennedy
Now
Club.
let me show you all how close the MP live from where I live.
He's showing you the holes and the damage in the road, etc., etc.
This is how close I live from the MP. That's our shopping plaza. See, it's a boyfriend car right there. That's where she live. She live right in this yard. See, she live right in this yard, yeah. See how close that is?
So he's showing you where his
That's how
MP
close I
lives.
live from her. And we get no results.
So in other words, what he's saying is that holes and holes right in front of the MP house.
That's a road she live on. This is how I know. I don't want fast. I don't want fast. I'm she live. We're not seeing White House. This is our road, boy. This is how close we live. But it's not the one that's up on the truck. See, that's one house, and then one house. It's the corner. See, that's our corner. It's the brother.
Wow. Our country has fallen into a state of decay to where nothing works. Since we've been doing this live, the electricity has gone off twice in the 21st century. Since we've been doing this live. The healthcare system doesn't work. The education system doesn't work. The Ministry of Works doesn't work. The school almost fell down on the Prime Minister. Nothing works. The police force is just puppets of the Prime Minister that just does his bidding. They're talking about climate change. And so to fight off climate change, let me tell you the big idea the Prime Minister had. They're going to have all police cars changed to trucks and have the police patrolling in trucks 24/7. That's climate change for you. Climate change and their green plan was to cut down the pine forest. Jesus. So much more we wanted to talk about, but we got interrupted. I can tell you all some stuff about lands and survey when we come back at another time. Thank you all for tuning in. Most of y'all was tuned in on YouTube and stuff, so thank you all for being tuned in there and other places. We got to fix our country. So Parliament is prorogued. We are going to submit the application for the Commission of Inquiry again. Going to submit it to the Governor General, the Prime Minister, and the King. And we can continue this fight. This government must go. Now, before we go, we cannot leave the F&M blameless, because we heard the F&M saying some things that is shocking to me. We saw one, the F&M had, Pintard, he does his best impersonation of Lincoln Bain and the COI. And so he decided to have a town hall meeting on immigration. He's a couple of years late because we feel that that's how we're effective. And so he had a town hall meeting on immigration. My thing, though, Ms. Crane, immigration was out of control under the F&M. What did they do?
Nothing.
Menace pretended that he was going to break down shanty towns when he know he wasn't, because they had already made a deal with Fred Smith, who Michael Pindad worked for, and who funded him. They already made a deal with him to put it in court so that they could use the court to say, oh, well, see, we wanted to break it down, but the courts were stopping us. The court didn't stop y'all. They said, come to them first. The court didn't stop y'all from repatriating people, but y'all stopped that. They had Ellsworth Johnson as one of the persons on there. Ellsworth Johnson. But Ellsworth Johnson lives across the street from a shanty town, literally across the street on Cowpen Road. And the flea market, the illegal flea market. And these people could have and he was the Minister of Immigration under the FNM. And he lived across the street from an illegal flea market. This FNM government. And they have the gall to talk about they're having a town hall meeting on immigration.
Mr. Bean, it is just a ploy. And again, Bahamians should be sick and tired of the paddle game going back and forth between the FNM and the PLP party. They are both right now accountable for what has taken place in our country as it relates to the immigration situation that has been going on for decades. Okay? We need leadership. We need strong, stern leadership to take care of these problems that is eroding our country, that is eroding our community. We are sick you get a job, you get it done. You go into the house, you implement policies, you put things in place, and you do the job. How hard is that to do? And then they paddle back and forth, playing the blame game. You have the PLP requesting or demanding that certain MPs in the FNM step down when the FNM have MPs that needs to step down. Both of them are guilty and inefficient. And it's tiring. It's exhausting. It's really exhausting. Michael Pintard is PLP, this one needs to step down, that one needs to step down. Then you have the FNM saying this one needs to step, all of y'all needs to step down.
We believe that there are a number of important resignations, and we believe that Keith Bell ought to go. We know that Alfred Sayers ought to go, and we know that Joe Colby has a multiplicity of issues. And so we want to see to what extent the PLP is coming to defend a minister that's clearly in the wrong. This will tell you a story about the nature of the PLP. And it will also tell you of how they deal with public service.
And Shannon Dorr is the chairman, correct?
Adrian Gibson is before the courts, and the FNM would not demand that he step down. I wonder if they think that Bahamians are, what do they think of us to be doing this? This is, and I'm not offended by him, because he's just trying to get in there to get power and get rich. I'm not offended by him. I'm offended by everyone who attended that town hall meeting. I'm offended by everyone who's standing behind this criminal, knowing what they have done to this country and what they continue to do. That's what puzzles me. How could someone wear a red shirt in this nation? Adrian Gibson, Lanisha Roll. I was the one who released the document on Lanisha Roll that they couldn't get the FNM to release, that Minutes hid. I had a whole live and read through the whole document, and the police grabbed it. And then she was arrested. Shannon Dawn Cartwright said that it was, that the people above him made him do it. So yeah, he did some things, but in other words, Minutes made him do it. He didn't say Minutes, but he said those above him. I mean, and people just accept that. You are the chairman of Beaches and Park. You are the top. No one can give you instructions. You are the chairman. No one can tell you to do anything that is wrong or illegal.
but yet he still sits.
Pindad is talking about the nature of, and I got to say this, before we go, the nature of the PLP, etc. That same Michael Pintard, there's a young man who's been exporting natural resources for some time in his country. His name is Rule Shamandras. In fact, he's the brother of, they call him Nick. He's the brother of Jamal Rule, who's the artist, the talented artist. And Nick has been exporting conch shells from this country for a very long time because conch shells are very valuable. They're very valuable either for the calcium or just whole to sell. They sell them in stores for a lot of money. And he was doing that. And then he expanded to harvesting and exporting sea cucumbers. All right. Sea cucumbers are very valuable. All right. They're very valuable. I wish I could show you all a video on that. Sea cucumbers are very valuable. And Nick was harvesting them. You would see sea cucumbers for miles and miles. They're almost a conch without a shell, a snail-like thing. It looks shaped like a cucumber, but you see them for miles and miles. So that's how they look. But they are a delicacy. They sell for upwards of $3,000 a kilo. $3,000. Google it. A kilo. And this young Bahamian man, Nick Roll, started harvesting them. Michael Pintard came there because you harvest them, you dry them, and then you export them. And he built a dryer from scratch. Now you have to buy a dryer that costs about $150,000. And so the Greeks and some others, foreigners, started coming here and doing this. And they could afford the machine. But his process as a Bahamian young man he did was better than theirs. And so Pintard came and stopped him. Michael Pintard came and stopped a Bahamian young man and left the foreigners, the Greeks and the others, doing it. You, Michael Pintard, Nick Roll, a Bahamian young man, brother of another well-known, talented Bahamian young man, Jamal Roll, who paints for the stars. All he wanted to do was, our sea cucumbers are dying of old age in the sea. All over the world. I got it. Hold on, I can't even show y'all.
Michael Pintard isn't even in yet and he got to go.
I want to show y'all. Y'all, give me 1 second. Before we go, I want y'all to see what sea cucumbers are. This is the same Michael Pintard who, when they had the fire on Pulaski Dock, he was in charge of agriculture and fisheries, who blocked those persons. First, they didn't want to let Lincoln Bain and the COI assist those persons. The PLP and others came out there took some pictures. Brave gave like $3,000, and left. And then we came out there and we put on our boots and gloves and we helped those people break down and restore. We spent more money than the PLP. That's supposed to be the big party with the money. We brought the dump trucks, we brought the tractors and everything.
The fact remains, the PLP government, the Free National Movement, led by now Michael Pintard, is not for the Bahamian people. There are many talented young men and women in this country who always find a way or try to find a way where they do not have to depend or rely on the government. But every time they get a foot up, someone in government come with a hatchet and they cut them short. 50 years in this country, we should have had multiple Bahamian millionaires where the lands are being stolen, the flag is not being honored by the person that created it, Bahamians are trying in this country. We are not lazy people. We have a corrupt, non-caring, pretending government. And it is treasonous all over. Michael Pintard, step back. Because we are coming for our country. Your claws, your hands will not steer this ship. You all have continued to rob from the Bahamian people. We are not allowing that anymore. We are going to show you all what the new Bahamas is really about, where all Bahamians will benefit, where all Bahamians will be put first.
You're talking about carbon credits, and I want to share that video, but I don't want to lose the connection that we have. But the sea cucumbers are worth after they have some less valuable ones, but upwards around $3,000 per kilo. All right. Our carbon credits are so serious. Let me tell you the uniqueness of our country. Our carbon credits isn't just in the seagrass, you know. Our carbon credits regime is so powerful. We have rocks that oxygenate because of the process. These were the first rocks in the world, and they are extremely. I hope you can still hear me, because I was really trying to get this video over to you. Anyway, we have some rocks called stromatolites. All right, and they believe that the stromatolites are a process of bacteria and rocks that's because of the calcium carbonate, which we are loaded with, because of the lime, and it oxygenates. It creates oxygen, and they believe that the Earth was originally mostly carbon dioxide, and there was a process called the Great Oxygenation Event that these rocks cause so much oxygen to be emitted into our atmosphere that all of the creatures, which were mostly carbon dioxide breathers at the time, were destroyed, and oxygen breathing ones lived, except for trees. And so that was a great event. In Australia, they have a lot of this. The Bahamas has this, and a couple other places. It's still today. It still grows. These rocks still grow in Australia, etc. And in the Bahamas, we have a lot of this. And so our rocks put oxygen into the atmosphere. Our rocks. There's a lot I haven't discussed and educated the Bahamian people about, because you got to give it to people in small bits and pieces. But all you got to do, just do your own research.
Yes.
Tuesday, we're going to start playing these documentaries and talking about them, because a lot of you haven't seen them or had a chance to discuss them. And so on Tuesday, we're going to start that. And so we're going to give a little bit of information with the documentary, but 40 minutes, we're going to give that. So make sure you're there on time to talk about what you see in there. But ladies and gentlemen, our rocks are valuable. The sea cucumber, there's so many things like that they're wasting and they're not taking advantage of. They're just sitting down waiting on some foreigner to come with an idea. You, Michael Pintard, you blocked Nick Rule. You hate Bahamians for those oligarchs.
Puppet of the oligarchs. We need to start putting Bahamians first. Our young men are dying on the street. All they need is an opportunity. Some of them are going out there and making ways for themselves, again, only to be cut down. Cutting days are over. Corruption needs to come to an end in this country, and it's going to take all of you, Bahamian citizens, to make a way, not only for you, but for our future generations to come. If you have not registered, go out and register. Looking for information, go out there and find it. It's out there. We are in the time of information. There is nothing that they cannot keep from us. Know your value. Know the worth of your country. Understand why there are so many secrets. They are trying to keep you poor and downtrodden. Bahamians, we are all walking millionaires, and it's time for us to change our mindset. It's time for us to reset. We all need a reset in this country. We all need a reset.
And so I'm calling on the PLP government, because this ain't about PLP or FNM. I'm calling on the PLP government to track down that young man, a talented young man, who's exporting conch shells. Smart. You sell conch shells for a couple dollars here, but if you could export them and get them in Walmart and other places, you can make a lot of money. A smart young Bahamian man. You'll find him and give him the opportunity. Give him grants if you have to. The Japanese, that is a delicacy. They have the most expensive one on the market. It looks like a dragon. It's really ugly. The uglier the cucumber, the more expensive it is. That's crazy. I wish I could have shown you the video, but I didn't have it up. All right, I may show it to you on Tuesday. But this young man could be a millionaire from this. This one young man. All right. So PLP, give this young man an opportunity. All right. And, you know, you take the credit. Say you made a millionaire. You know, take the credit. Just go make that young man rich, man. Let's empower Bahamians. Let's do that. All right. Anything else you want to say to them before we go?
Yes. The Coalition of Independence is going to be very busy moving forward for the end of this year. We are still inviting persons.
Yes, we're still taking calls.
Yes, and we're still inviting persons to sign up. If you have not registered, we encourage you to please go and register. You do not know when that day is going to come, but we pray God it comes very soon. Okay, we have a lot of things going on. Persons who wants to come in to be a part, call me on my phone, send a message, or any one of the numbers that shows up on the screen. We are ready for change. We are ready for change. It's time for a reset here in the Bahamas for all Bahamians, not just the PLP, not just the FNM or COI, for all Bahamians. And it takes all of us united as Bahamians in this country to bring forth the new Bahamas.
Yeah. And we're going to be in South Andres this weekend. So on Friday and Saturday, we're going to have town hall meetings in South Andres. Make sure that you are there. If you have any family in Andres, make sure they come to see us. That's in South Andres. We're going to be in South Andres and in Mangrove Key. And so we're going to be at the preschool in South Andres. Okay, we putting up the wrong graphic. Where's the graphic? The graphic is okay. There it is. So we're going to be on August 18th at 7 p.m. We're going to be at Clara L. McKenzie Preschool in South Andres. Make sure you are there. On August 19th, come out. We're going to be at the Mangrove Key School in Andres. That's August 19th. All right, the Mangrove Key High School. Make sure that you call your family and friends and tell them come out. All right. Come out. So we're going to be there live in living color. We're going to have refreshments and everything for you. And so it's going to be a good evening, and we're going to talk about the vision for Andres. All right. So make sure you are there. I should have said at the beginning of the show also, but just talk to your family and friends and spread the word. All right. South Andres, it's time for change, man. Y'all are the father of the nation, but there hasn't been much change there. Some of these documents I just pull up is about South Andres. They coming and taking your crown land. A couple of weeks ago, they just had a team down there to see how they could cut up and take your crown land. Have a gentleman from South Andres. He just recently died. His wife is still carrying on. And they cut the road right through his property and never paid him. Payment. They have laws against us, and they have practices and policies against us. And the only sin we commit is being Bahamian. The only crime we commit is being Bahamian. The man created the flag. They stole it. Never paid him, because that's too much money to give to a Bahamian. You can't gamble in a casino. Why? Because you're Bahamian. Do you realize you can't own a casino if you're Bahamian? Gambling isn't illegal. Gambling while being Bahamian is illegal. They just made it a crime to be Bahamian. Y'all don't see how serious that is. The only sin, if you go in a casino and gamble right now, gambling isn't a crime because people in there gambling. The crime is being a Bahamian while you're in there. Do you all get that? I don't know if you all understand the seriousness of that. Well, anyway, we've done over 2.5 hours today, and we're going to be back on Tuesday. There's a lot more to come. I need y'all to stay focused on the New Bahamas. Let's not get distracted. We got to talk some more about that new law that they just passed. We got to dissect that. They just tricked us while they're getting us to focus on nonsense. All right? So let's stay focused. Let's stay focused on the New Bahamas. The attacks against us are going to continue. Listen, if you believe anything that these people say, I'm going to question you, not them. All right?
Yes. Okay. We received a phone call where someone had asked a question about coalition teaming up or joining the FNM. Bahamians, that's not even a question to ask. That's not a question to ask. So I will make this very, very clear so that you won't have to ask this question ever again. The coalition of independence will never join the Free National Non-Movement. We will never join them. And we will never join the PLP. The Coalition of Independence stands strong and firm with the Bahamian people. That's it, and that's all. We are here for the Bahamian people to represent the Bahamian people, because it seems like for the past 50 years, we have never had true representation. So we stand here to represent ourselves, Bahamians. Forget the trolls. We will not join the FNM ever or the PLP.
And just so they don't question and say, well, they didn't hear that from Lincoln Bain, I've said that to you already. If Lincoln Bain joins the FNM or the PLP, do not support me. Do not vote for me. Because if I join the FNM and PLP, I'm a sellout. I will never sell out. One thing they know about me in the last 20 years, I've been fighting. Every single time they tried to bribe me, every single time as I fight for the Bahamian people, they'll find what business I'm doing and destroy it, attack it. I would make a sacrifice. I would win every time I fight for the Bahamian people. Every battle I've fought for the Bahamian people, I've won. For them. And then I have a business attack and I lose personally. And then I do it again. I will never sell out. I will eat out of the garbage before I join the PLP or FNM. You ain't gonna see me mashing them up for 10 years and then joining them. That ain't happening. The PLP and FNM are the problem with this country. And it isn't until all Bahamians wake up that we're gonna have change. I cringe when I see Bahamians, you could take the call. When I see Bahamians in red and yellow shirts now.
Good evening. Thank you for calling. You're live.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. You're live.
Yes, good evening. I'm calling to see if you could shine some light on what's happening with our people in the Bahamas. I'm really concerned that they are able to go in and sign permits for illegal aliens, illegal migrants. They don't have no property, they don't have no farm, they don't have a business, but they can have 20, 25, maybe 30 illegal immigrants signed up as they work for them and get papers for these people
and bleed these poor people of $150 to $200 a week on a weekly basis. This is racketeering. Can you shine somebody that for me, Mr. Bain and Ms. Charlotte? I really would appreciate that the Bahamian people that are doing this are committing a crime. And that crime is called racketeering.
Thank you. That crime actually should be called treason. But thank you for your call. I'll answer your question in a minute. You take that call.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, you're live.
Good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm awesome. How you doing?
I'm good, man. So let me ask you a question, Mr. B. So, well, maybe two questions. So, the general consensus is people tired of PLP.
Yes.
Some will dare to say, well, you may be not too radical. I mean, because, you know, when I look at you from back in the day, you could be a fool or you could be a pit bull. Sometimes dogmatic ways will work. But I think there comes a level of integrity that some people will be questioning when it comes to. Now, you claim that the PLP or Brave Davis, the words I heard really was Brave Davis offered me $10 million. Or he had people offer me $10 million on his behalf. Well, however the word came, but I know Brave Davis' name was mentioned, and the PLP was attributed to this so-called $10 million bribe attempt. Now, you know, us as being people, you know how we go. You know, we know it's regular business. And on top of that, you know, we like to hear where the proof is in the pudding. Now, we know, to us, $10 million is a little bit of money. And to say, boy, listen, I turn on $10 million for the Bahamian people, that would speak serious volume to your character and integrity. Do you feel that people have a hard time, even if we follow you? Do you feel that people may have a hard time conceiving, even conceptualizing within their mind, this man turned down $10 million? $1 million, I don't think, but no stretch. I know I don't have any bragging about you got it, this and that, all this, you know. But my thing is, like, you don't think, like, people will question Lincoln. If Clinton was the person that made us off you, where's your proof? How could you make us believe that? Because I can just tell Lincoln, if you could prove that, that would really, really set you apart in any ways politically, you know. And I'd rather say, hey, that could be the motivating force, but that could be a very motivating force for people to say, you know something, this man really is a serious man because he's actually just looking at things right. These people try to bribe him with you. So my thing is, my question to you is thinking, like, how do you want us to accept this notion that you was offered 10 million? Some people wouldn't tell $1 million, $500,000, much less 10 million.
Good question. All right, good. Oh, just hold the line. Good, and I'll take your second question after that. That's a very good question. I don't care if you accept or not. I speak the facts, which I've always done, and that's it. I speak facts. All right. And listen. When you if that was not true, I guarantee you the PLP would have responded right away. Did you hear anyone in position in the PLP deny it?
Especially after you call names.
Did you hear the name that I called? Deny it. I said the date and the time the call happened. All right? All right? Listen to me. Listen, I don't just willy-nilly record conversations. But if Clint want me to, let me help you. Hold on, man. I ain't gonna hang up on you, but just listen. Let Clint Watson deny it. You don't have to speak for him. That's a big, grown man who could talk and who could handle himself. You saw him on TV. He could handle himself. All right? Clint don't need you inquiring for him. All right? The PLP don't need you inquiring for them. All right? I guarantee you that's defamation. All right? To say that they try to bribe me. That's defamation. They could jail me. Tell them, deny it. And then we go to the proof. You understand? I don't empty my clip. I learn how to fight gun battles. I just shoot half and leave half. Now tell them, deny it. That's how you need to think about it. Don't say why you ain't record it. I ain't saying what I did or what I didn't. But all I'm saying is tell them, deny it.
Okay, so you say you come to facts. Then me, as a grown adult, when I think about the word fact,
Yeah.
the word facts to me means undeniable, irrefutable proof that something exists. Whether they say it's a car, boat, or whatever. And the word fact is not just facts is the opposite of fiction. Facts is real, facts is true, facts is substantiated. So when you say I speak facts, that has to be also accompanied with proof of existence. The father claim or whosoever did not come back and say, hey, Lincoln talking about
My brother, let me make this easy for you. Let me make this easy for you. Hold on. Listen, people have been, people.
okay.
Okay, just waiting for them to hear the song. I want them to hear you good. All right, let's see if the sound is back. The sound should be back. No, this is a delay. Let us know if the sound is there. Oh Lord. Just hold the line, caller. Okay, they say yes, it's back. Okay, there was a little delay. Okay, you could finish interrogate me. Go ahead.
Don't interrogate you, man. I'm just asking questions that a lot of people would question. Like I said, in these trying times, well, ain't much people out there got the gall, the gumption, and the fortitude to turn down no $10 million.
My brother,
but like I said,
not many people have the gumption to do a lot of what I am doing. Not a lot of people have the gumption to take on the government in the first place. People won't even show their face or be heard saying what party they support, let alone going out there and challenging the government and releasing documents against the government that makes them look bad, going out there and getting arrested for blaming people, sleeping on cold concrete floor for days. Not a lot of people are willing to do that. That's a sacrifice that I made because, listen, the money they offer me is a joke to the satisfaction I will get if I am the one to cause every Bahamian to benefit from their natural resources.
It's better than 10 million.
That is better satisfaction than $10 million. I will not sell that out for $10 million or $100 million.
This is what I'll ask you with the natural resources.
Go ahead.
You're talking about the carbon credits. You're talking about other stuff like aragonite sand. I would dare to say, I would think the Cascarilla bark should come here or something. I've never heard anyone even mention the word Cascarilla bark. I've been making comparison from 1738, but anyhow, that's a natural resource, and I don't hear nobody speak about it. I don't know what company has the monopoly on that, but Cascarilla is a natural resource. But anyhow, here's my thing. If what you're saying that the dollar amount of the carbon credit, that is, see, that's what I say. It's facts. I was able to pull it up. I was able to see it. I was able to see it. But this is from Lincoln's Vote. This is from an international source. It's on the web. This is something, and like I said, the Bahamas is the only country that possesses these seabed carbon credits. Here's my thing. You're saying every Bahamian, paper Bahamian, born Bahamian, over the age of 18 would be afforded $1 million per person. Is that per person per year?
All right, let me have you understand. What we were doing when we said that was showing you the value of the calculation. That's not saying that we're going to give everybody $1 million. That's saying that based on, hold on, listen, I want you to understand carefully because other people listening too. All right? What we're saying is that based on what these international scientists have said, the carbon credits from the seagrass alone, this ain't from the stones that I told you about before. This isn't from the mangroves or the trees or anything else. It's just from the seagrass. For the Bahamas, is worth $156 billion. All right, $156 billion. What we're saying is that we believe that there are 150,000 Bahamians over the age of 21. All right, and so based on that number, that is $1 million per person. That doesn't mean that we're going to give everybody $1 million. All right, the Bahamian people will decide. We are going to go to a poll for you to decide what's the best way to deal with this. We're not going to dictate to nobody. Them days over. All right, because we're taking power away from the government, and we're going to let people are going to be able to vote for different things via mobile app. They're going to be able to express their voice. All right, the PLP put the law in place to have opinion polls, and these polls are now going to be able to be used to determine the direction the government should go in instead of going against the will of the people. All right, and so that's what we're going to do.
We are about the call.
If your ears have been open lately, do you realize I've been watching social media for over a year now on this whole thing? Do you realize many Bahamians are of the opinion and of the impression when I watch the posts in these chat groups, and I'm in many chat groups, I listen to the voice talk and the videos. Are you aware that many Bahamians are of the impression that Lincoln Bain is saying he's going to give every Bahamian $1 million?
No, I hear most people saying that the COI.
Lincoln Bain election today. Hold
on. I hear that people say $100,000. I see some people misquote and say 10,000, but most people say 100,000 because that is the figure before we were in politics, that came out when we were Bahamian Evolution, and we were presenting that to the government. That's the figure that we presented to them, just based on the natural resources. That was without the carbon credit, etc. And that figure originated from the union leaders who did investigation on the Aragonite loan and said each household could get $100,000 per household. And when we investigated, we said, no, they can get more based on what we found, and it could be $100,000 per Bahamian adult over the age of 21. And so regardless of what they think, let me tell you what the point is. Bahamians are going to benefit from their natural resources. Everyone is going to get a royalty. All right. If they put us in power, they're going to get a royalty from their carbon credits, a royalty from their natural resources. Many countries are doing it. Alaska is doing it. The Indian reserves, when you go and gamble in the casino, every Indian from that reserve gets a check, a piece of the profits. All right. There's many things that we're going to be doing that Bahamians are going to benefit from. And so this is what we want, man. We tired begging, man. We hustling. We tired.
So if the Bahamian people decide to vote, say, hey, man, you know something? You call it this big number because remember the $1 million, 100,000 came with the amount and $1 million. If they vote to say, listen, man, we need to get everybody to get $1 million. Now, you know what I know is at least 300,000 born Bahamians now. You know, we've been saying 250, but we were sharing 250. It's with 300,000 at least or more.
Adults. Only adults.
Yeah. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. So my thing is, I don't want to be facetious. You see, our local celebrity around Nassau named Jeremy. You familiar with Jeremy?
Yeah.
What about the Jeremys and the drug addicts and the patients and the crackheads
Good
and the
question.
unhoused?
Very good question. All right. So let me.
You say, but I want $1 million. What you gonna do, Jeremy?
Hold on. Everyone is gonna be. Listen, don't keep calling that $1 million number. Everyone is gonna benefit from their natural resources. Now listen. Let's say I have a father, me and you brothers, and this our sister, and he leave $1 million for us. Should you not get your money because I'm a crackhead? Should you not get yours? All right. This is not anything that is a gift. This is what you are entitled to. It's yours. I hear people saying, oh, they want free things, etc., etc. No, it's yours. The natural resources belong to the people. All right? The government manages it for us. And so we should benefit from it. So my brother, hold on, let me complete this. In the Middle East and the countries where they do it, they don't keep your money because of what every issue. So we can't say, well, we shouldn't get ours because of this person. Now we're going to put certain things in place. Like in America, they have a law that if you're in any drugs, you can't get a gun license, for example. So the Bahamian people might decide, listen, we want persons who are suffering from drug addictions or mental issues, etc. We want them to get help first before they can get their funds. That may be how you all vote. Then you have to determine how you're going to determine it, because the person might not admit to it. All right. But then, like with the gun law, like what Biden was challenged with, for example, Biden's son, he was found out to have lied because he was on drugs when he got a gun license. And so they found it out, and so he got in trouble. And so it could be the same thing. You might decide, and these decisions will be made by the Bahamian people. We're not going to dictate exactly what it's going to be. So when it's time, we come to the Bahamian people and say, these are the parameters. How y'all want to vote on this? All right? We are going to empower the Bahamian people. But we have said before, there will be no more juntas on the street. We're gonna collect them, clean them up, all right? And like the white junta used to be around McDonald's.
Now, Lincoln.
Go ahead.
Now, I respect this man of God.
Now, I gave you a lot of time, so a lot of people was trying to call, but I'll take this last point.
Okay, my last question about the sovereign brother, I can let you go. But that part is not, but there'll be no more Joe than Lincoln. Let's stop selling dreams. You can't stop it. You can't clean up somebody who don't get clean. Then let's be realistic. The Bible tells us to follow always do that.
You are correct. You cannot clean up someone. Hold on. I ain't got you. You cannot clean someone who's not gonna.
You was doing very well. I was following you.
Hold on. You have to listen. You don't look like you don't want to listen. You want to find something I'm saying you don't agree with. You want. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, the sound should be back. That belongs to him. And so we can find a way to clean these people up. If they don't want to get clean, let me tell you something. The people who deal with the most drugs and take the most drugs are them same sophisticated people, those stockbrokers, and these people that you think are sophisticated, people who you see in Albany and Life at Key, they do drugs too. All right? So I don't want you to sleep and think that only the Junta does drugs. He might have a problem, but other people doing drugs too. All right? But what I'm saying is that one there is not going to prevent the rest of us from getting theirs. Other people trying to call, so I got to.
Thank you for calling, caller. Thank you for calling.
All right. I see someone else is trying to call, and you can call now. Oh, we're going over time. So I just wanted to clear it up for everybody. Listen, they are using this as an excuse that, oh, you can't give everyone money because they might have persons who are drug addicts. If he's a drug addict, that's his problem. Lock him up if you catch him with drugs. Clean him up if you want to help him clean up. But that excuse right there is not going to stop the rest of us from getting ours. All right? Don't tell me don't give people money because you gonna hurt this man who's a drug dealer. He hurting himself. He decided to be a drug dealer. That's his decision. That shouldn't stop me and you from getting what belongs to us. All right? That is the idea of these Uncle Toms, Samuel L. Jacksons from Django, who don't want us to benefit.
Good evening, caller. Thank you for calling. You're live.
Yes. Good evening. How you doing, Jose? Good evening to your guests, to Mrs. Green and to you, Mr. Ben. Now, I think I'm glad this is a timely message because I see you and Mrs. Green had declared how you were not going to work with the FM and PFP. Now, that message is across the board. You know, as a candidate, I ain't got notes. Independent career management, so I am on the ground. I speak to a lot of people. So here's what has always been the question. And I think this is where, and my wife was listening, and she heard your response to the fact that, okay, COI is not the only strong voice in the country. FNMPLP is not the only strong voice in the country. Independent career management voice is just as strong. I just had a conversation with a COI the other day at Four Seasons who heard me talking about Aragonite and could tell me if I read Lincoln Blueprint. I say how I could read Lincoln Blueprint about Aragonite and renewable energy if I run independent in 2017. That don't make no sense.
I don't understand your statement just now, though.
No, what I'm saying to you is
because you run in 17 means you can't read facts that were brought out.
As old in 17, I was running as an independent, talking about these facts when Lincoln was running as a party representation. Okay. See, that's what I'm saying to you. There are people on the ground that you don't give credit to, that people know of and ask questions. But why you don't join up? Why they don't join up? Because of the same thing. COI is not the only independent voice strong on the ground. That's important for you all to know.
But if you're strong on the ground, then no one has to promote you. I don't call other third parties and tell them to promote me or to big me up or to say anything about me.
It seem as if no one else, everybody else is a troll, and only COI is independent voice. That's not no true.
How does it make
how did I ever make that seem that way?
Because that's what you say every time.
What do I say?
Every opposition against Lincoln is a troll of a PLP or FNM. That's not true.
I've never said that.
Yeah, all the time, Lincoln.
That every opposition against me is a troll?
Yes, every time there's an opposition against you, it has to be an FNM or PLP troll. But that's not true because I always tell COIs that I don't.
You saying that you've been opposing me?
I'm saying to you that sometimes I believe that as a leadership, I believe that a man should be married as a PM.
Okay. What's your point?
And so I'm saying you to say this is at the end of the day, these are things that
hold on, let me fix that for you. All right? I chose to get married and I chose to get divorced. Divorced, all right? I wasn't divorced. I wasn't accused of anything wrong. I chose to get a divorce. All right? I believe in family life and I believe in heterosexual. However, there are many, many powerful men and there are many men who contributed to this world who were not married. For example, Nelson Mandela was not married when he became president. No one felt that he was not worthy. He had divorced from his wife, Winnie Mandela, at the time. All right? Moses divorced his wife and sent her home to her husband. He later married someone else. But that is what he did. All right? Jesus was not married. Many of the disciples were not married. All right? In those days, in the Jewish system, you got married extremely young. 33 was old. So I just wanted to help you. All right? Let me just help you. The most powerful Prime Minister in the Caribbean right now, Miss Mia Motley, is not married. All right? Now, I don't care about, they say certain things about her, but she is effective for her country and fighting for her people. She took them republic and now she's looking to give them universal basic income for everybody to benefit. All right? Let me tell you what I am married to, like Paul said.
Yeah.
I am married to the New Bahamas. All right? And I may be married before election.
But I'm married to New Bahamas too.
Already looking at someone. All right? I may be married before next election.
So that's the
all right?
thing.
Now,
that would seal the deal.
That wouldn't seal anything because that has nothing to do with whether someone is worthy to run a country or not. Now, the reason we brought that up is because there are a lot of people who are had a gay agenda. No. There are people in society who bring that up. And they make you feel like a politician has to be married. They brought it up because they want to know that this person is about the family life and not gay. But the problem is many gay men get married. Many gay men have ruined their wives.
Can I say something?
Etc. Because they were doing it just for front.
Let's talk about the scriptures. If you identify and you examine every scripture after Christ, after the four gospels, you will realize that it is telling man that it is talking about relationship building. It is talking about the need and if you will be promiscuous and why you get married.
My brother.
It's about
My brother.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Jesus said marriage is not for everyone.
Could I finish?
Paul gave you example.
That's why I ask you if you plan then, as a man who I'm not, you know, I don't know if you're promiscuous, but if a man who plans to be the head of our country, a God-fearing nation, Christian nation, and expected, and I'm asking, and are you planning to be celibate, where you just not have sex with?
Let me tell you what I plan to do.
Christian nation.
Let me tell you what I plan to do. I just told you that I want to get married again. But let me tell you, you ain't listening. You asked me a question, but you're not listening. And see, I give you respect of letting you talk long. Let me tell you what I plan to do. I plan to take this country and give it back to the Bahamian people. I plan to make sure that every Bahamian benefits from their natural resources and from their carbon credits. I plan to install island states so our islands can develop themselves and not have to depend on anyone from Nassau to tell them what to do. I plan on developing city government so your neighborhoods have their own budget and they can decide what they're going to do with their money and not have to beg a politician to fix some potholes. All right? I plan to take the power and give it to the people. Now, if you think I need to get married to do that, then you confused.
All I'm saying to you is we understand that under and on the earth, the representation of God on the earth is the husband and the wife. That means we communicate. Now, there are people who are unequally yoked. There are people who will serve God, but they use the power of marriage to access and gain kingdom and live abundantly in the earth. What I'm saying to you is we're under a Christian nation, and that's why I ask you from a perspective as a young man married, seeking position in power to now present, not just what I talk, but what I live. I live God. You understand?
Yes, we live in a Christian nation.
We need to live God, not just live in a Christian nation. Because I've been in church where pastors still with children and have sweethearts and have outside children.
People in the Bible sin. Listen, a man or a woman, their relationship with God is between them and God. Romans 2:1 said, "Judge not," because when you judge others, you condemn yourself. Because just like they sinning, you sinning. I ain't got time for that. No, let him go. I don't problem with this.
I guess
because other people might have the same questions that he has. You finished?
For example, brave for me, my mind is a false prophet. As you have said,
I don't think he is any kind of prophet, false or real.
Because what he did is he lied. He told us one thing and then he did another.
Of his prime ministers that they put in the house for 50 years. But they want to question you, who are fighting for the Bahamian people. Buddy, get yourself checked out because what you're saying don't make any sense. This man hasn't been in power to do anything or any damage to you. But yes, you want to stand here and question him like you trying to score political points. But you know when the PLP and the F&M come to your door, the next election, see if they will answer any of your questions. Y'all are the worst set of people when it comes to knowing what your rights is and who you're supposed to stand for. If you stand for everything, you will fall for everything. 50 years you've been falling for the same two con artists, back and forward, and now you want to question my president? Buddy, check yourself. Have a good evening, Mr. Bain.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I answer questions because I think that that's what leadership in this country should be. We're going to change to a culture to where the people are the boss. The people are the boss, and that the government should be accountable to them. We're going to put power back in the hands of the people so that they don't have to beg and grovel. Back to school is coming up, and guess what they want you to do? They're going to take your money. That's your money. and they're gonna take some school bags. Okay, we got a call on the line. Let me get them first. You're live. Go ahead, caller. How you doing? Awesome.
But I definitely had to call in today. Today, during my downtown, I met a gentleman, and he said, but I'm going to use the word allegedly, that the COI did win the election by 30% of the votes. They got scared after we had our motorcade. So right now you are the person that is blocking everything. He said some interesting stuff to me, and I pray and hope that he one day will meet you so he can tell you. He even said there allegedly right now there are some biogenic stuff being dumped in our waters. So you have to meet with that. You have to meet with that young man.
Yes, I would love to.
Yeah, you have to. It's so much information he shared. Very interesting.
Thank you.
But on one-to-one, I would let you know what else he said. But keep up the good work. And that young man who just called in, these people always say the Bahamas is a Christian nation. But yet, they are entertaining wrongdoing. But they want to question you. Question all of those former and current treasonous people in Parliament. Not you. You're not in the House. And this would have pissed me off with some of them. And they talking about it. You have to be married. You have to be... No. Bahamians, wake up. We have a lot that is happening in our country on a daily basis. People are suffering.
Yeah.
Right now, the cruise ships are coming in. 60%. 60% of the young men are not making money. They have to do transportation back and forth, burn up gas aside, make $100 to go home. And that's ridiculous. There's 1,800 cab drivers in the Bahamas. And they are picking peas or whatever and hurting. And I see it on a daily basis.
I do too.
They think this is a game. It's sad.
Yeah.
But you guys keep up a good work.
Yeah.
Good night, Miss Charlotte, darling. How are you?
Good night. I am wonderful. Thank you so much for calling in.
All right. Good night.
All right. Good night. You know, anyway, I love this Bahamas, and I'm going to deliver this for the Bahamian people and give it to the Bahamian people. You know, I heard one day someone was questioning me, and I never answered them. You know, questioning, oh, Lincoln must be gay because, you know, on a parade, someone wiped his face. A male wiped his face. Of all the public appearances we've had, of all the, you can answer it and just let him hold. Of all the places I've been, one time someone said I was sweating and they wiped my face. The issue why they make sure your face is wiped is because sometimes, you know, people take pictures and you wipe it yourself. You might have cloth on your face or little fragments or whatever. And so sometimes they do it for you. That don't mean you're gay. But one time someone did that. I last thing at the Prime Minister's office. I swear it was dripping, you know, like all of us were dripping because it was hot and humid. No one wiped my face. I wiped my own face. But I stood best man at my brother's wedding and I wiped his face. I'm not gay. I don't like man. I wiped my brother's face. I was the best man at his wedding. I was the best man at my best friend's wedding. He's a police officer, and I wiped his face. That doesn't mean you're gay. Let me tell you what makes you gay. Being attracted to or liking someone of the same sex makes you gay. I cannot find any male attractive. Impossible for me. I don't see how a man can look at another man and find that attractive. I don't even know why women attracted to men. Let's go to caller. Caller, you're live.
Good evening, Mr. Bean. How you doing?
I am awesome.
That's good. Mr. Bean, I am fully down with the COI by 150%.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
100% Bahamian. The reason why I say I'm down with 100% Bahamian is because I've come to know that we have foreigners, foreigners in this country who are taking jobs or who are given jobs that can be given to Bahamian men and women. Taxi drivers who have 6 months in this country, foreigners, that Bahamians cannot get their license to be a taxi driver, truck driver who are foreigners. The Bahamians cannot get a job as a driver, bus drivers who are now foreigners. Do not know where they is.
Yeah. I agree.
You understand?
I agree.
We need to do something about that picture.
The new bombs is coming, my brother. Fight for it.
A Christian nation is when the Bahamian who and like the former prime minister said, we have to fight.
All right.
If you want it that bad, you're gonna have to fight for it. The pastors, the bishops, the prophets, it is up to all of those who claim to be believers to come together and say, listen, enough is enough, and it's time for us to wake up and fight for our children's children.
Yeah.
Because the day tomorrow comes and we don't do that, it is the foreigners who's going to benefit of our natural resources, and it's going to be us who are going to be slaves.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's the thing, sir.
Thank you, man.
Thank you for calling in, caller.
The electricity is going off for the third time during the show.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
So we can't even end the live.
We're going to have to end the live.
We can't.
Okay, so we can't end the live right now due to the power being off. But the batteries are running low, and everything is just going to automatically shut off. But thank you so much for being here. Right now, the phone is still open for calls. We're still taking calls, so we're going to take calls until we're out or until the power comes back on. Okay. Good evening, you're on. Hello.
Good evening.
Make sure the speaker.
Good evening, you're on.
Yeah, Mr. President.
Hello?
Yes, good evening. Let me just turn my stuff off. Okay, here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, this is one of the best lives that I've seen in a long time. The questions was being put forth to Mr. Bain, and he didn't stammer, he didn't tremble, he waited, he allowed persons to ask him over and over, and it seems as if persons were trying to get brownie points or trying to record a clip to try to say, oh, Lincoln Bain will offer Jeremy $1 million and all kind of stuff. But anyway, I want to get to this question. This question is that we have so much more that is being needed. tell me, listen, you can't bring your phone to work. They can bring their phone to work. The Cubans can bring their phone to work. The Haitian nationals can bring their phone to work. And I'm a Bahamian son. I cannot bring my phone to work. They can be on live and all kind of stuff, talking to their families in India, talking to their families in Haiti and Jamaica and stuff like that in Cuba. But I can't bring my phone to work. And I found that so insulting and so demeaning. And I said to my boss, "Are you standing with this?" And he said, "Yo, that's what the clients want." In my country, where my parents prayed for, worked hard for, slaves for. In my own country, the disrespect that the Bahamian people is getting today. When you have foreigners come into your country, they come to meet with the Bahamian people, not with all of these other breeds of people who have come and moved in among us. Because the amount of breed of people that come in and move among the Bahamian people, they only come to make money to send home to their families. They care nothing about the Bahamian people and the tourists that come to our shows. When people in the store are going to tell me, "Oh, you're not allowed to take pictures with the tourists when they're leaving, or hug them when they're leaving." When these tourists want to take pictures with me and hug me and ask me for my personal address and stuff like that, these people get annoyed. Why do you have to be so friendly? And I tell them, this is who the Bahamian people are. It's amazing that these people have so much right and so much authority in the Bahamas over the Bahamian people.
Those days are coming to end, my brother. The new Bahamas is coming where the Bahamians are going to be first.
And I know. And you know what? I am staying good. I'm taking the blows. So all I'm saying is, one day, these people going home.
Thank you, man.
So, yeah, and one more point. When persons stays in the Bahamas and they're paying national insurance, I understand that after 5 years, you have to be giving them the pension after 5 years. Can that be cut to them working like 4 years and you have to go and return in order to work in our country? Is this what NIB doing to giving these benefits to foreigners?
My brother, stay tuned. All we need is to put a government in place that's going to do things to benefit the Bahamian people and not do things for corruption or because of pressure from outside forces. A new Bahamas is coming. Stay tuned. That's it. We ain't begging them no more. We ain't lobbying to them no more. We coming to take our house and kick them out and put laws in place to benefit the Bahamian people. We coming. That's it, and that's all. All right? Thank you for your call, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
All right, man.
Good night.
Okay, see other people are trying to call in. You can call in now. The line is free. So the electricity has gone off for the third time since we've been doing this live. And because of how the system was set up, we actually cannot stop the live right now because of that. All right. So we're gonna just keep going. So if you was trying to call, you can call now. The line is open. 5774158. 5774158. You can see it on your screen. We can't see you, but you can see us. 5774158 is the number. 5774158. 5774158. That's the number. All right. So you can call in now. And for those persons, okay, it's still live. Yeah, so for those persons who said, they like how I ask questions, I do this every week, and I give people the opportunity to do this every week. Whether you're a troll or whether you're a PLP, F&M, it doesn't matter. I give people a chance to come here and question us every single week. Every week. Good afternoon, you're live. Hello? Good afternoon, you're live.
Good afternoon, Brother Ben. How you doing?
I am awesome, man. How you doing?
I am great, my brother. This here, Lucha brother. Hello, Miss Beautiful Charlotte.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for
Good
calling
evening.
in.
Yes, yes. I just want to point out one or two things to the Bahamian people. Before the pandemic, you see how much people get fired from Super Value and Malaya
Yeah.
and some of the government facilities.
Yeah.
We still have people getting fired, losing their job, being victimized. Now it's in the immigration. Okay? It's
Wow.
in custom.
Yep.
It's in the aviation industry. It's in the teaching industry.
When
are the people really gonna look clearly and understand that the government is impoverizing them?
Yeah.
The man said to us, and I ain't saying no honorable nothing. The man said to us, and if I could go back to some of them clips, the man said he was not going to put any more tax on the people. This man get more taxes than any of the government entity that came forward to represent the people. And why is it that when these brothers come in power, they in power, not the people?
That's about to change.
And it really needs to come to a boiling point with these. They feel as though they got so much power they can do anything they want to do, and the little man suffer all the consequences. I see this politician have the same charge as people what in prison, but he out on the road.
Yeah.
Okay?
Corruption. We can fix that. You can fix that.
Yes, we have to fix it, Brother Bain. And another thing bothered me today. I just caught it. I looked at it today when they had Ryan Pinder speaking outside the House of Parliament. Boy, from here to Christ, they ain't got no sense. We don't want to hear about no marijuana bill. We want to hear about illegal migration bill.
Yeah.
That's what we want you to revisit.
Yeah.
We ain't worrying about no marijuana which you and your conies them will grow. Because we gonna burn all them down. If anything, grow hemp. Get into the hemp industry so that we could make stuff. We could make rope. We could put it on the international market.
Brave Davis has 158 acres in Andros. Brent Simonet, and I visited this particular farm. Brent Simonet has thousands of acres in Andros, and they said his intention is to grow marijuana.
Brother B, let me show you something. I can show you this, and I can show you how powerful this is. God is not going to allow them to do any of that they're planning to do. All their plans can go to ruin because it's time for a new Bahamas. It's time for the people to rejoice and feel the benefit of a relief of burden. This government is truly corrupt and taking so much advantage of the people. They just, for my boat right now, the registration fee gone up.
Yeah.
Okay? Your license, the fee gone up.
Well, thanks for your call, man. Appreciate it.
Oh my God. Boy, I know you're going to do it because you blessed and ordained by God, my brother.
Thank you,
You
man.
and your team. Because when y'all was up here in Eleuthera, and I listened to y'all showed some awesome expertise. And the whole speech, people really grasped that. Because they started talking to me after y'all left 2 days and 3 days after. And everybody, I want them to know if they're listening. Everybody talking about the CO. Let me let you all know that now in the House of Parliament or wherever you all is listening. Everyone is talking about the COI. And Lincoln, I don't trust what they say about this house being closed until October. I never.
We gotta run some of that, and they've been trying to get in. All right. Thanks for your call, man.
All right, sir. You have a good night. God bless.
You too. Good afternoon. You live.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm awesome.
I really appreciate you taking the call.
Yeah, man. You can turn your device down. Yeah, but your device is loud, so you can turn that down.
Could you hear me, Charlie?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, awesome. I have a few questions. I've never voted in the Bahamas. I'm 27 years old. I've never voted for any political party because to me, all of them are based on the same agenda. You know, they tell you one thing when it's time for them to get your vote. But as soon as they've received the vote and someone have been elected as prime minister, all of a sudden all of those promises and dreams disappear. And it's basically young adults, you know? What I'm trying to figure out is what makes you different from the PLP and FNM? Because only thing I'm realizing that you were doing is dividing the country up more. Because one minute you talk about the Haitians, the next minute you talk about what is it, LGBT, the gays or LGBT. Then when you started off, you started off mentioning that each behemoth is going to start collect $125,000. Fully explain it to us, and so on and so forth. But what I'm realizing is that it's only important when it's a big headline or it's a big topic in the Bahamas, you know. And as a nation that needs to come together and really focus on us and put politics aside, what you're doing is just dividing the country up more. You know, what we are capable of doing is each of us decide to come together and say, you know what, let me put $10 aside each month to an organization that's trustworthy, that focus on betterment, empowering the kids, empowering the future generation, so Bahamas be able to grow, you know. But all I'm saying is you continuing to divide the country. You know.
Let me help you with that. That's a very good point that you brought up. I really appreciate that you had the wherewithal to call and ask that, because a lot of people are wondering about the same thing. You talk about issues that seem to be at the forefront. Let me make this clear to you. We bring those issues to the forefront. We're not talking about those issues because they're at the forefront. When the government was pretending that there was no growth in the shanty towns, we went there and showed the shanty towns. All right. We put these issues on the forefront. The government is talking about carbon credits because of us. They're talking about Grand Bahama because of us. We went there and read the actual Hawksbill Creek Agreement to the people of Grand Bahama. And now the government is repeating what they heard us say. The government is talking about Bay Street because of us. We have been determining the conversations in this country. So don't think that we're jumping on any waves or any potential conversations that have been out there. Now, the next thing is, you cannot get together with wrong. The people need to come together. But if politicians are accepting bribes to allow people to invade our country, I am not getting together with those politicians. I am going to get together with the other Bahamians who see a problem with that and who know that that has to stop. And we have to get together. The corrupt ones amongst us will not want to get together. But we must stop the corruption in this country. There's a time to stand and there's a time to sit down. Like Jesus said, the right road is sometimes the narrow road. There don't be a lot of people on that road, you know. There's a time to come together, then there's a time to not be together. I'm going to stand up for righteousness. I'm not going to join with you for the sake of joining with you if what you believe in is going to destroy my country. So I don't know. I have been calling for Bahamians to come together to protect our land. No invader of this country. I'm not talking about the Haitians. Haitians have been here. I'm talking about illegal immigrants, not about Haitians. I'm talking about illegal immigrants. I don't care where you come from, but right now we're being flooded by illegal immigrants from Haiti who are paying off our government. And now you're starting to see the Department of Immigration is talking out about it.
But I understand, you know, but when it comes to immigration, the Bahamas isn't the only country that's being affected by immigration. The U.S. Have Mexico border. They having problems with that. Poland, because of the war.
So I don't understand what you're saying there to say.
And the war. They have having problem with immigration. Every nation have an increase in immigration. I mean, with illegal immigrants by 20%.
Okay. In our country and in many countries, hold on. Let me fix this for you before you go on. I won't hang up on you, but let me fix this for you before you go on. All right. You saying that other countries have an immigration issue. Landing in our country is illegal. That's 1 to 2 years in jail. That's illegal. All right. That's a crime. All right. So hold on. Wait. So telling me that people commit this crime in other countries is saying nothing to me. If I say that we have a drug problem and too much of our young people are hitting crack, you're going to tell me, well, they just hit crack in America too. They just hit crack in Europe. That is a nonsensical argument, my brother. All right. Illegal immigration is a problem no matter where it is taking place. Continue.
Illegal immigration, the problem exists everywhere in the world. What I'm saying...
This problem is not everywhere in the world. There is no immigration problem in Singapore, in Dubai, in Qatar. All right, for example. That's just quick examples. Guess what?
The GDP
of the
country.
Say again? They are... Hold on. Those people are wealthy.
What is your solution?
Those people are wealthy because they did the same things that I am proposing.
No, they are wealthy because they hit oil. Saudi Arabia, oil. Now they just leaning into the tourism.
Listen, there are countries that hit oil that are not wealthy. All of England's oil reserves are gone, and all of the money from their oil is gone. There are many countries that hit oil, but it didn't make them wealthy. They chose to make their citizens wealthy. And that's what spurred their GDP, because by putting the money in their citizens were able to do businesses, were able to contribute to the GDP instead of the government hoarding all of the money, like what happens here. And the oligarchs hoarding all of the money, they gave it to their citizens, and that caused their GDP to expand. And that's what we're promoting. We're promoting for all Bahamians to come together and to unite, and for all of us to benefit from our natural resources. And once we, let me say this. Once we benefit from our natural resources, then we can bring foreigners from wherever they want to come from in the world, but they're going to work for us. Then we won't have an immigration problem.
I agree with you on that. But here's the thing. How are you going to bring Bahamians together if you're neglecting the things that matter? If you go walk in Yellow Elder, walk in Bingtown, you will realize kids are filthy. If you go listen to the stories of mothers, you realize that they can't feed the kids or can't pay for their school fee or this and that. Why haven't you gone in those communities, talk to them and say, hey, let's figure a way to come together and make this thing possible?
How can you say, why haven't I?
you're only talking about politics or who corrupted, and at the end of the day, I'm hungry or my child is hungry. These things that I can't afford at this moment.
My brother, answer me this question. Have you been following me? Or you just started following me?
I'm not a politics fan, man.
Yeah, I can tell you're just following me based on the things that you've saying. I've been fighting for the Bahamian people for 2 decades now. I spent. Say again?
You've been in politics before?
Have I been in politics before?
Yes. Which party was you? FNL and PLP?
I ran for the DNA and then I ran for the COI, our party. I've run for no other party. I had intentions at one point to go and run in the FNM. I realized that Minutes was corrupt. I exposed it to the whole world and I walked away on principle. All right? I walked away on principle. Now, I ran for the DNA and I ran for the COI. So all them stories that I've been in the PLP, the FNM, all these places, that is not true. So listen to me. Listen to me.
Lincoln being and they can see the corruption.
Listen to me.
People still run after you for $60,000 for this and that, and it's foolishness for an investment. But that's one reason why I didn't follow you, because you just like every other politics.
Hold on. Have you read that case?
Yes.
That
case actually still going on.
Listen.
I understand. She invested in something. For the matter of fact that you stop answering and stop doing this.
Stop answering. Why are you repeating nonsense? And see, this is why we're in the situation we are in this country. Listen.
And see what is what.
Okay.
My brother, you need to wake up. If me and you invest in a company, the company burns down, then you come to me and say that I should personally pay you back. Is that how it's supposed to go? And when you say you paid the money to me, and they ask you how you paid the money to me, and you say that you received a check from the Teachers Credit Union in your name, and you gave me that same check to deposit on my bank account, which is impossible. Think about that. All right? I don't have time to talk about that because that's a civil matter, and business persons will end up in civil matters. The government gets sued. Every politician, including Brave Davis, Hubert Minnis, every one of them have civil matters. There's nothing wrong with a civil matter. The court decides. All right? Go ahead. Yes, I am.
Okay, so what change have you done to any community? What have you given?
But you already asked the question, and let me answer. Now I letting you talk long, all right, out of respect. But if you ask me a question, just let me answer. All right. I make myself available. All right. Edition does this. All right. I have done more than you know. Let me tell you that you do not know me. All right. I have spent a lot of. Listen, please. I've spent a lot of time feeding. I would feed hundreds of people twice a week. I have been an angel investor and helped young people open businesses when they cannot get businesses from the bank. I have done a lot in this community. I've spent my time fighting for people. There was a boat crash called the Sea Hauler boat crash. That's a long time ago. But those people were hurt, and the government promised to help them, and the government gave them nothing. I stepped in and paid legal fees for them. I paid medical bills for them. I assisted them with rents and school fees and other things, all manner of things. All right? I have helped a lot of people that I won't brag about, a lot of people in a lot of different ways. My brother, I think we lost you. Let me go to the next caller. Good afternoon, you're live.
Yes, hi. Good night. Mr.
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. I'm just calling to say one thing.
You there? We lost you for a minute. You there? Hello? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Ben, I'm calling to the last call. I'm going to say something to the last caller that just called in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out if it's elevator going all the way to the top floor. Because my thing is, he calling questioning you. Those questions what he's asking you, he needs to ask the government. He's saying people hungry, and instead of you talking this and talking that, this one needs food and the next one needs food. I mean, I don't consider what is denied. You mean asking the government and power these questions, and you calling somebody we're trying to fight for the country. These questions, some of these people got to get cut off these soil lines. It's sickening. It's sickening the question and the stuff was being asked, and then asking the government would empower these questions. I think I don't do it. I just call it that. I have to call that caller. He was the worst of all callers tonight. I mean, wow. Enjoy your night.
Thank you. I think you couldn't hear that last call. Yeah, I think you can still see me. I think you couldn't hear that last caller. But yeah, she was just saying the guy is asking me, telling me about all the people who starving and hungry and all that kind of stuff. But it's an asking the government. The government has a huge budget that can go towards whatever they want. But they're not helping the people. The people are suffering and starving. The people are suffering and starving because of the actions of the government, because the government refuses to assist the people.
Live in a nation rich,
Yeah.
and yet not one hurricane shelter have been built in this country. We live in a nation whereas free breakfast and lunch, hotels of their staff. We have offshore banks, insurance companies, and hotels who have not adopted our schools. Mr. Bain, we have senior citizens in this country living off a pension of $284 a month, and they are being charged flat tax. They have to buy their depends. I spoke with a senior citizen who asked me, listen, have you taken care of a senior citizen? Because this woman she was going to the straw market, and she's wearing another day depends, whereas she had washed it the day before. How do you wash depends in our country? We don't have one senior citizen assisted living condominium in our country. Whereas these people should be able to have breakfast on the patio, lunch at the swimming pool, dinner in the dining room, maid and butlers around the clock. Basically, our senior citizens should be living in a hotel. You mean to tell me we live in a country where we register cruise ships and we don't have one of our own? Mr. Bain, the list could go on and on and on and on. And these people calling in talking nonsense, what have you done? For 50 years, the TLP and the FNM run our country, and look at the position that we're in today.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
And these people refuse to wake up. They want to be treated like frogs in a pan.
Yeah.
Like, how dare you go and get educated? How dare, Mr. Bain, how dare you go ahead and educate the Bahamian people on the knowledge of our natural resources and countries around the world? Many countries around the world are taking better care of their people, their citizens, and we, the jewel of the Caribbean, suffering and hurting and paying the bundle of on the Prime Minister. Every Prime Minister's private jet with our own pilots, with our coat of arms, with our national flags on the plane, which can hold 40 persons. And some of those jets, those citations are what, like $7.5 million. When our Prime Minister have almost $84 million assigned to him for traveling on the first flight, their millions, whatever it may be. It's a sin and a shame. The Bahamas don't even have one helicopter. Our police officers have to buy their own bulletproof vests. No even flags flying on their shoulders. Who do these people think we are? The Bahamian people are woken up and are waking up in abundance. And you, Mr. Bay, Lincoln Michael Bain, thank God for you, and we will continue to pray for you.
Thank you, man.
Leadership of the Coalition of Independence. Good evening.
All right.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You're live.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bain. How you doing, my brother?
I am awesome.
I'm just calling on the last caller about the elevator. I don't think the elevator is working at all. and to that caller, that's just a natural troll, because from the time I see him bring up this $60,000, that's a troll setup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's a natural troll. And I am so surprised. I can call his name, and I can call it like it is, Jermaine Coakley. Jermaine Coakley is very uneducated, because I can't understand a man who's supposed to be up and important can talk to you, and you can stand up and listen to him, but when it's time for you to talk, he want to be bubbling out. You know, I go in and out with him online all day and let them know he's a very crazy man. I mean, this country is a very serious state with all this illegal immigrant, and Bahamians don't have no job, you know, and these people here are sitting now worrying about the wrong thing.
Yeah.
You know, and it's very shameful for them to be talking about calling you and talking about the people hungry, and here it is, you have the government who in place, they're not saying nothing about them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's interesting.
But I just want to encourage you, because you know I'm standing up and I'm fighting. I'm fighting every day. And I just want you to continue on. You're doing a very awesome job, and I know we're going to take this country back, and we're going to give it back to the Bahamian people.
Thank you, man.
All right?
All right.
You have a blessed night, and tell Miss Charlotte she have a blessed night too also.
All right.
Thank you. Good evening.
All right.
Yep.
I see someone else is trying to call in. I got to find a way to end this live. This live been going for too long. It's been a long time. All right. Oh, someone says we heard her. All right. Yeah, this has been going a long time. Let me say to that caller, you have a simple solution. If you feel that things are going the way that they should be going and the Bahamas is on the right track, then listen, vote PLP and FNM. All right, vote for them. That's a simple solution. All right, vote PLP and FNM and continue to have poor healthcare, poor education, poor infrastructure, poor everything. Continue. All right, that's the solution. If you think that they've put forward leaders that are perfect, if you think that Michael Pintard is perfect, then go vote for him. If you think that Brave Davis is perfect, then yeah, go vote for him. All right, then that's a simple solution. But if you're tired of what you've been getting, then just do something different. All right. Ain't got no time to be talking about no civil lawsuit. Every business in this country has a civil lawsuit. All right. People have disagreements. That's what civil lawsuits are for. It's simple as that. All right. And that's that. So I gotta find a way to end this live because this been going on forever. Everything shorted out because the current went off. I just want to say this. This electricity went off 3 times. live for you to see 3 times live. The electricity doesn't go off this much in Haiti, which is a failed state. Right here, the electricity has gone off. You've witnessed it 3 times. So listen, man, go vote for them. We got some of the most expensive electricity in the world. If you want more of this, just vote for them. Continue to make them rich. They're the ones who making their millions off of you. Continue to make them rich. Then they can take your government money, give you some crumbs in hands, or they give you some backpack and book bags with your money, and make it feel like they gave you something. Instead of you question the people who making the people hungry. That's who you should be questioning. Because no Bahamian has to go hungry in this country. So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a good one. I don't know how I can end this. Um, I don't know how I can end this live. No, I got to crash this. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for tuning in. And the live has gone on extra long, sponsored by BPL and their corruption and dysfunction. Uh, I just wanted this last statement before I go. I heard the Defense Force leaders saying that they can't get their pension and they can't, they don't have a union, so no one to speak up for them. Let me tell you something. The new Bahamas, our officers are going to be taken care of. Our police officers are going to get their gratuity. A lot of police officers have not gotten their hundreds, have not gotten their gratuity. Guess who was one of them? Me. I did 10 years exactly. Reed Axon didn't get her gratuity. Why are y'all slaving us all these years and then find an excuse to not give us what we worked for? Every member of parliament gets their pension or whatever is due to them. Then you got to do 2 terms to get their pension. Well, 8 years. But if you all like what you've been getting, keep voting for it. But if you want something different, vote for it. I think I'm going to have to crash the system in order to get out of here. So, just, yeah, it will. That's the only way out. Okay, that's crashed. All right, so we still live, but we're going to end this. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for tuning in. God bless you. We love you. And let's keep fighting for the New Bahamas.
Good night.
You can hear us. You can hear us. Okay, maybe you can hear us now. Still 601 people on here. As soon as we ended the live, the power came back on. So we don't know if you can hear us or not. But the live, yeah, the lights came back. So we're gonna end this now. This live was over 4 hours long. I think they were watching us. Yeah, they were watching us because as soon as we ended the live, immediately, I mean literally within a second, the power came back on. So I think that was intentional. All right. So good night. We've done over 4 hours straight tonight. I'm starving. I gotta go feed you. I owe you at least that. But ladies and gentlemen, we love you all. Thanks for being on here. Wow, 601 people still on here. That's amazing. But thank you. God bless you. We're gonna keep fighting. See you again on Tuesday. All right. Good night.